Good morning. How you guys doing? Sorry, I'm running a couple minutes late. You cut your call side already or holding? I'm still holding it. I have a stop. Um, but yeah, still holding. Don't forget I still have the floating call side from the night before too. So I think I'm gonna hold it till, well, I guess right now until the premium falls 10%. Not lavishing in Upstart gains. I mean, it's done well. I was just trying to close out some synthetic longs and contracts before I hopped on. I woke up a little late this morning, so I wasn't ready to manage anything. How's Fubo's options data looking? It looked like a bunch of calls fell off into the end of the day yesterday. Likely weeklies. We'll see if those come back. We don't know yet, right? I would say that most people didn't want to hold them overnight, which was smart. They like the $2 calls fell out of the money going into close. Thoughts on how bonds are acting today? It's kind of interesting that yields are down and like T-bill futures are up. How low are we expecting Upstart to go? I think it's most advantageous for the market makers and the like volatility shorts to get it back under 1750. That's where the majority of like sold call interest is. Above 20, like if it opened above 20, gamma's flat, which means they really can't control the price action. So, yeah, I mean, I kind of talked about this in the Upstart Discord last night, but they're going to want it under 20 or 1750, ideally. At least until they build up more short vol position outside that range. Is it just me, or is point 0.4 month over month carried by lower fuel prices not particularly bullish? It's not particularly bullish, um, but at the same time, the print is neutral. So, at the minimum, right, for this morning, we can expect them to try to blow out the upside hedge from yesterday, likely before anything else happens. And they're doing that. We're at like the 4150 range, which is kind of the lower bound of our midpoint, or the upper bound of our midpoint. Sorry. Um, I don't think momentum wise anything's really changed. I still think the shift over to like bearish positioning is still occurring. Um, I'm gonna want to see how the options chain repositions throughout this morning to get a better idea. But I wouldn't say anything looks particularly bullish besides the initial price increase this morning, right? And now there's a big fat downside gap and a bunch of puts that are out of the money. So um I don't think it's unreasonable to expect the puts to want to get their money back also. Yeah, I think I'm stopped out now. Um. Oh, nope, I'm not. Hold on. Fuck, it gapped right over me. Okay, cool. Let's see. Zero DTE data. Call side's pretty stacked here, but call side capitulation is driving this downside momentum. 4160 actually stacked to the tits right now. 4150, 4125 puts, moderately heavy. Looks like futures are primarily driving the sell-off. Oh, yeah, okay. Big futures sell-off. Right on the 1.25 sigma test. If this breaks back below, I mean, I don't really know. I don't really know if we'll realize any continuous effect from this morning's pump. This is why people don't need to panic immediately on every knee-jerk reaction the market makes in pre-market when it's illiquid as fuck. I mean, CPI data today was not bullish. I mean, it was 1 point down on headline year over year, but core CPI is flat over the 3 month period, and month over month is continuing to rise, right? If both sides of my straddle print within 15 minutes of market open, can I go back to bed? Yes. Hold on, I gotta look at VIX here. Okay. Quick snapback on the VIX above 17. Bears not so scared today. Um, I don't know. We're getting real fucking close to filling the downside gap. Fast gamma 412250. I'm not seeing any significant capitulation yet. Let me see. No, I think this goes down more. What did we bounce off of? 41.28.88. 41.30 strike. So we're kind of right at the break point where negative gamma starts to build. One more push from the bears will push us under, I think. Lily puts are finally green. Nice, dude. Hold on, I'm trying to look at the indexes and see what the fuck is happening here. Because Dow's selling off. Russell, Nasdaq, T-bills are rising even more. I'm not sure everyone views today's print as being all that cool. Yields are rocketing down today. What does move look like? Oh, we only get the one print, right? Fuck. Dork, how's Bank? Are you around? Hey G, I started selling SPY shorter dated 400 puts to move out of my longer dated 402 puts, which I'm selling against. Is this a safe strategy? Yes, your spread's not very wide though. So if the market were to turn down very, very rapidly, you could be out a little more than the difference. But other than that, you're probably fine. It is hedged effectively. You usually want a little bit wider spread, just in case IV spikes really hard. I think that was pretty cool. I printed my call and I bought 10 more Junes at 41.53. Nice. Yeah, okay. It looks like we might get one more slightly bearish push, or at least they're trying. Yeah, VIX is popping up a little. Hmm. Real alongside liquidity really shitting the bed this morning. I kind of love this. Um, would you please remind me of your 50-50 strategy when you sell your options? Something like if it has lost 50% of its value and has less than 50% of its time till expiry. If it's lost 50% of its value, but it has more than 50% of its time to expiry. So if delta's fallen off faster than theta's decayed, it's good to roll down or reposition. That's not always applicable. Sometimes you don't want to roll down or reposition. If you think the stock has hit like a local low or a resistance, you can just wait out the theta and make the rest of the premium, right? You don't need to do it every time. It's just something to pay attention to. What would confirmation of a top at the what would confirmation of a top be for you on Fubo? If we start to see a breakdown in liquidity realization, right now we're not. Um, Fubo's still doing a liquidity thing. Upstart is too. Neither one of them are pulling back in any significant way, so there's still pressure there. There's still some covering going on, but both of them are trading relatively flat. Hmm. The fuck is going on here? All right. I guess no one wanted to buy my put there. It's weird. What's the deal with Express again? Price and time, especially 3-4 year hold. Uh, I think sub $1 cheap. I mean, it's super undervalued. It should be trading at like probably $2 or $3 at least, even with not great forward guidance. Just based on their financials. So it's trading way below book. It's still being priced for bankruptcy, even though that's off the table. I would say that the current price is moderately fair. You might be able to get it cheaper. It's been as low as I think like 60 cents. And now I get assigned? What the fuck was that? Oh, no, I didn't. See, my stop disappeared again. Why does it keep fucking doing this? Can you set a stop limit? Is that how I have to do it? Okay. Awesome. So fucking weird. I don't need to buy that right now. All right. Put interest is picking up 4100, 4105, 4110. 4125 put interest is pretty decent. So are we going to move below the gamma flip point or not? Oxy below 58. I know. Yeah, they're on warning from NYSE because they're trading below $1. Mm, no, this looks like it still has more downside left. As long as we don't get too much capitulation here. 4130 calls. Okay. Why so many 4100 puts? Futures. Small bounce on futures. I don't know if you guys can see that. Bull trap? A little bit, yeah. Although it may have just been bulls pushing in the early session to get out of their straddles, right? So like try to capture all of the upside call hedging. Do not have the capital and missed Upstart. What lows do you think we see before credit markets turn around? I mean, I'm sure Upstart can pull back to the range it was trading in prior to earnings. I wouldn't be surprised at all. And usually intraday, I just watch Trading View for futures. It's probably not the best data source, but it's fine for what I need. Okay, gap fill there. A new order. 95. One 35. Future sellers there. 4150. probably some future sellers there. Puts here are really risky. Profitable if it turns around. Ooh, the futures broke up above 41.50. Did I go too far out of the money here? Probably. Sorry, 1 second. Okay. $41.40. That's the same. Holy shit, today is wild. WeBull frozen? That's good. Hmm. Nope. Okay. Crash tomorrow pre-market. Also like the stream for bandwidth. Thanks, McConnerberry. Hey, buddy, I know you called TRVN a PND, but I followed it for like 2 years. I love their medicine replacement for morphine. Made money Monday on it, and then re-entered this morning, expecting T plus 2 from over 110 million volume. Any input on T plus 2 for it, or is it T5 or neither? I mean, I have no idea. It's not a stock I track, so I can't give you any like options information. At least as far as like obligations are due. Take a look at the chart. I mean, it hasn't been T plus 2 since the run yet. Today's only I mean, today is the first part of T+2 as of market open. So you have until tomorrow morning. If you're just bag holding waiting for another peak, that seems like a terrible idea. What why not just sell at the like local high and then buy back in later to realize T+2? Why are we going back up? Put capitulation. Quite a lot of it, actually. Although I'm trying to figure out where that's going to end. There's call buying come in, but there's also futures sellers. So I don't know which one's gonna win here. I might not play either direction immediately. On longer term time frames, it still looks bearish, but this is unpredictable. If more puts capitulate here, it's gonna go up. But if futures start to sell off, it could go right back down again. So yeah, I really don't know. It's gonna be a roller coaster. Yeah, yield recovery might be plateauing. I mean, bonds are being bought pretty heavily today. I have an SPX gap up to 41.4909. Yeah, there's a gap right there that we left behind this morning. No problem, Subway. I probably would have waited for the volume to die off before buying back in. So you might have bought in a little early if you're expecting T+2, but does it even have options? Like if it doesn't have options, there's no like market maker carryover there. And if it's listed on the NASDAQ exchange, the like automated DMM smooths a lot of that out. What do you think the likelihood of Upstart to 17 in a month is? Upstart could go to 17 before a month. Upstart could go back to like 15, 14 by SLD. Did you already speak about what you think Fubo might do next? It might maybe like consolidate for a day. It's really going to depend on like index pressure, I think. Uh, and first of all, calls need to come back in. But it is stabilizing in the $2 range, which is kind of bullish. I think it still looks good. Like there's more liquidity that can be realized. So, I mean it's pulling back a little bit. There's definitely a little more shorting going on today than yesterday. But if it's gonna get like a T+2 carryover, then it may not run till like tomorrow. Has options, just not many. Yeah, well then you're probably not gonna get any like T+2 price action. Hey Greg, could the lower CPI report today make some entities close out their inflation swaps? The closing of the inflation swaps would buy back the shorted treasuries. Yeah, that's not how that necessarily works. They have a usually swaps have like a fixed expiration. Maybe swaptions would close out. But today's CPI report wasn't really lower. I mean, headline was down a point year over year, but core was flat. Month over month, both headline and core were up. So it was more neutral than like it wasn't cool, right? Like it's not like we had year over year down headline and core. Is this morning's reaction unusual to the data? No. Can this same thing repeat tomorrow for PPI? Potentially. Okay, so I want to go. Let's 35, 2. That's fine. Hmm. Yes. Okay. ES is starting to, well, stabilize here off the bounce. All right. It's an interesting spike on VIX. See what the VIX 1 day looks like. Oh, yeah. So still a lot of 0 GTE calls coming in. $41.40 calls. All right. God candle on VIX there for a second. Yeah. What happens to happen for additional strikes to appear on Fubo's weekly? It has to move up more for the OCC to open more strikes. Oh, they want to fill the gap. That's interesting. Okay, so calls 2. I mean, it's only $3. And those sold calls don't like to be fucked with. You think GME could still go down under 17 before May OPEX? Or will ETF FTDs prop it up? The ETF FTDs are basically over by tomorrow. So going into the SLD period, ETF FTDs are really, really low. What's the data for GME telling you going forward? More of the same, frankly. Upstart mentioned anything about the remainder of the stock buyback. I haven't actually gotten a chance to listen to the entirety of the earnings call, but if they did, I didn't hear it. I only got to listen to like a little bit of it last night. What would we have to push through for those sold calls to capitulate? 41.75, 48. I mean, Jesus, it's the entire upside, right? It's like every strike from 41.50 to 42.25 is just packed with sold calls. So, I mean, I don't think they do, honestly. Um, which leaves us, still relatively range bound. So there's a bunch of upstart puts I had now. I have cash. I don't know where to put it. Please help. um, you just be patient. I mean, if you want to keep playing upstart, I would say, and you're selling CSPs on it, I would say to be patient. Have you looked at Axon? No. Analysts raised estimates down 15% today. And maybe their guidance was bad. Do you think it's unlikely for GME to break 21 this week? I mean, if it's going to do it, today's the day, right? And if we're not going to see a lot more upside on the index, it may not. R2K inclusion would be announced May 19th. My port is at an all-time high. Thanks to you. I appreciate it. Thank you so much, Renew. Congratulations, man. That's super fucking awesome. Well done. Upstart PT in the short term. Gamma's pretty flat above 20. Although I would say call interest is also pretty flat above 20. So we'll probably get hung up around 20 while volatility shorts come in. I'm not looking at it right now, but yeah, I would say we're going to get hung up around 20 and volatility shorts are going to come in and take advantage of the volatility. SQQQ wants some cash for what? You guys know you can play the downside, right? Shh. It's a big secret. Everything's always MOASS until it's not, right? No, but I mean, as far as Upstart goes, I took profits on my synthetic longs this morning at market open. I sold like half my shares last night, um, which knocked my cost of basis way down from like 16 and change. Now my cost basis is 13.44, so I got to get rid of all those higher cost basis shares. So yeah, I mean that I'm definitely targeting that range or lower, ideally. For more shares. I mean, the economic, like the macro headwinds for Upstart are still not good, right? It's really illiquid. It's got a lot of volatility. There's tons of opportunity playing Upstart, but it's not like, I mean, it's not like we're gonna like fucking MOASS because of one good quarterly earnings, right? Like you need real and those shorts are entrenched from like 20 all the way up to $40. They're not they've survived multiple reg show listings. They're not fucking going anywhere, right? Um so we're going to need those headwinds to become tailwinds, right? And if they do, then the shorts have a very good reason to get out. There's a strong bull case there. In the meantime, it's still really profitable for covered calls. I mean, my Upstart yields on covered calls this year have already exceeded GME by like 30%. Um, it's got a smaller float, so its implied volatility stays higher longer. And when they get those tailwinds, now they've got all these additional loan sectors that they're exposed to. So I can only imagine that their profitability will be even greater. Oh, son of a bitch. 12? No. This is kind of interesting. Right. Stopped out of that. All right, let's see what our next leg's gonna look like here. I think we move. Yeah, I think we're gonna move down more. But wait for this pullback. Man, things are like kind of bearish as fuck today. This has to have upside into the end of the week, though, right? So back below the 1 standard deviation. Might reject here. Like, this is kind of hard to play. Trapped between the gaps. Is it not get stopped out of this? What the fuck is going on? Okay. Shit. I don't know. I'm gonna wait on this a minute because this is really uncertain. Um, it looks bearish for all intents and purposes, but I guess it could break up. Like we have a higher low here. Let me see what options positioning is looking like. Okay, people are YOLOing back into 4100s again. 50, 4155, 50, 4140 selling off. It could go below 4130. Okay, more call side selling off here. More put side closing. Are those short puts? Hmm. Yeah, I'd give this a minute. The volume's just too low here to pick a direction. I think it could kind of like slow bounce and then maybe fall again. Intense, not intense. I blew my wad too early in the day. I had the right put, but got stopped out to preserve profits. Still solidly green for the day, so I'm happy about it. Nice. So you got a put on this morning's drop. Those were awesome. For all implicated Burgesses, I thought I put it at the top of the bounce. Oh, okay, nice. Yeah, that was good then. But I got stopped out 5 minutes before the down started. Jesus Christ, man. You got to set your stops looser on 0 DTEs. You shouldn't be getting stopped out on Wix. You know what they say about fugging when you go camping? It's intense. Haha. What do SPX options look like? Mixed. The wick gapped the contract down an entire dollar. What's your max risk on the position? 10%? I need to watch VIX. Sorry. I know everyone wants to watch Upstart right now, but I guess I could put it down here. Nope, that's not Upstart. That's UPS. Why does it keep doing that? Hmm. VIX 1 day is starting to move up. I think I buy a 4130 put. Put, right? Head and shoulders. That seems right. Oh, fuck me. I got priced up quick. So that one is $1 premium because that only pared my gains down to about 12.5% today. Oh, okay. 9 months. Let's have this baby already, Girk. I'll pack my hospital bag. All right. I'll start the Lamaze breathing. Thank you so much, Spider. Appreciate it, dude. That's on QQQ0 DTE here. I have no idea. I'm not really watching NASDAQ right now, but NASDAQ's doing way better than SPX. Um uh, Little risky. I might wait for a rejection. Right now it looks pretty fucking good. Yeah, I'd be careful with that. That doesn't seem like a great idea. At least not immediately. Like Nasdaq's doing really well today compared to S&P. At least today isn't flat. True. Although it may flatten into the end of the day, right? One year dipping? Okay, interesting. I mean, all of them are dipping today. The 2 years down 2%, 5 years down 2.5. I grabbed 41.250 DTEs at 10.10. I got stopped out at 10.20, 50% gains. I'll take that every day, but now I'm done for the rest of the day. No more settled cash. I love this video game. So paper account time. There you go. If I'm looking to open puts on GME with around and end of SLD being the closing point, is 30 DTE plus days until SPD and appropriate theta. Yeah, that works. So like 34, 35 DTE. I mean, I would make sure that there's liquidity at those strikes. You'll probably have to go out to June to find a narrow spread. You're the only person saying anything about me, Mr. Gold, you fucking prick. Did you know that diarrhea is hereditary? It runs in your genes. What are we doing? Dad jokes? One year didn't dip on CPI reaction, though. But it's dipping now. I mean, I don't know if that means anything. Could PPI provide similar violent price action? It shouldn't, but yeah. Everyone's just really eager to lean on all the data points. $40 BPS of extra dips since CPI? Not on yield, on net change. Okay. Did you know that Huntington's disease is hereditary? Yes. Not a joke. What do you have Huntington's disease? One year dipping because JPOW is for sure gonna pause, right? Pretty please, some bank. Everyone thinks pauses are bullish. Interesting. Any reason you can see to break this range before SLD? Yeah, I mean, after this week's expiration, there's a little more up and downside opened. So we could break out of this range. I mean, we don't know what PPI is going to look like tomorrow with increased oil prices last month. Increased oil prices, by the way, you know, your increased energy prices aren't going to be reflected in headline the way you think they would be, right? They didn't go up that much, but they went up enough to affect producers, right? So I mean, oil went up like $8 a barrel, right? And that's more likely to affect PPI in the short term, like 1 month out, and then you get a bleed over in cost increases from PPI to CPI. So it's usually like 1 month, then two. I mean, you get a little reflection of it in CPI, but CPI is not weighting energy as heavily anymore. Remember, now they're weighting like housing and services more heavily since March, which on PCE aren't fucking moving at all. Can you adjust the GME chart to make room for more ups? Sure. I just bought GME puts on premium from cover calls, so synthetic short. I am getting rid of GME one way or another. I wish I could sell, but locked in underwater cover calls. Now it can crash into the ground. Okay. Should I tell them? I mean, you can if you want to. Closed my 1350 Upstart CSPs at 96.2% profit, resisting urge to jump back in and risk my winnings. Smart. I was going to listen to some pirate metal bands up late, stopped out of my calls, make it go down so I can close my puts. I need sleep. Well, it's trying. There we go. There's a little bit of a breakdown. Remember, fast gamma at 122. Here, I'll move this. It's like 122.50, right? I'll make it purple. That's not a good purple. That's a better purple. When Fubo on screen? Man, I've only got so many windows. Fubo's probably not going to do a lot today as alongside repositions. As long as it stays stable, though, that's bullish. Into the T+2. So, might be something worth considering. Oh, that bounced really hard. Any change in our overall trend? No. Still pretty bearish. That also looks bearish. That looks bullish into the end of the week, maybe. Same for that. Should I stop on these or I'll just wait? Or put a stop at break even so I don't get burned on them like I did the ones earlier. Let's go an 8 with commissions. Let me see if we're getting any significant movement here in puts or calls. 4130 is still pretty call heavy. They may be sold though. Okay, I think that might be a synthetic short at 4130. Because the calls and puts at 4130 are coming in at like a really even ratio. The strike is almost perfectly even too. So that's kind of curious. Or 4125, sorry. We're gonna, if we break down here, a little more. This, I assume, is being pushed by future sellers again. Yes. So futures failed the one standard deviation test on the first bounce here. So we got kind of what I expected out of this, which was like, you know, kind of a slow bounce. Careful with this though, because this could, like, if you have puts right now and you're targeting a breakdown of 4140, be really careful of like a strong bounce. Make sure you have like some, like, at least a wide stop. Because sometimes these can consolidate into, like, usually they'll break down, but occasionally, and with the call positioning, I would worry about it consolidating into a strong bounce. Jimmy, not quite through the ETF FTD volume yet. But if the market hits net negative gamma, it'll probably get enough sell volume to net off the rest. So be careful of that. Oh, there's the push. The Fubo Ivy should slip a little bit today. Hold on, I gotta try to catch up to this with my stop. 14. $20. Okay. So just falling below the fast gamma here. Careful of a bounce now. Like on the fast gamma. Okay. They're killing Upstart. I know. That's what was likely to happen. Inflation Reduction Act is going to bring some interesting margins in the energy sector in the coming quarters. I know. It's a lot of it's priced in. Things like FSLR and end phase. A lot of the Inflation Reduction Act's like income is already priced in. Maybe a little too much. Well, at least with FSLR it was. My remaining calls appear Fubo Ivy is slipping. It seems odd, right? No, I mean, if we're trading flat, right? You know, you're gonna get a Jesus fuck. Do I need to chase this with more puts? We're about to like break our low for the last couple weeks. Hold on. What's the better way to play this? I don't know if there's anywhere to be patient here. Fuck me. Um, maybe I should have stayed in those puts a little longer. I guess I'll try 41.15. No, too expensive. I'll wash on that. 4100 below gamma neutral, right? Oh, that's bearish. Market makers trying to price the puts down. Another small bounce here, I guess. $41.30 calls. All right. Also out of my straddle printed 50% and longer dated out of the money put about to print. I love this market. It's pretty dope. It blows my mind the rate cuts by July are still being priced in. Yeah, this print hardly suggests current rates are going to reach the Fed's long-term inflation percent anytime soon. Why the disconnect? I mean, I don't have the like live swap data, but I would say that based on today's price action, there has been some repricing of expectations for June. Like, it doesn't look like anybody's targeting 3% for June now. I would say we're likely to see those estimates rise. Mm. I'm sorry I'm so quiet today. I've got a lot of fucking SPX positions and puts in this range, so I'm like, I'm trying to manage everything. One day, 84 years from now, interest rates will be priced back into the market. I mean, they have to reprice some today, right? At least, at least my understanding is that, you know, a core inflation print of flat or above 5.4, is going to force their hand to bring the June estimate up from 2.93. Because otherwise they need to reprice on the June CPI print, right? And if they need to reprice on the June CPI print, that only gives them 3 days till the swap expiration, or 4 days. Nice, dude. Hundreds of basis points of interest rates have been priced out, though. Yeah. What effect would repricing those swaps have on the market? Downside? Big downs? We're starting to get like far out of the money put interest now. 40 40 75, 40 60, 40 50. I'm not even sure those are sold. 4100's fucking stacked right now. Calls are starting to sell off. There's almost no call side support below 4100. And there's not a lot at 4100 either. This seems like a little bit of like an opposite churn from, you know, the usual upside pumps we see with the synthetic longs, with participants going synthetic short. %30% of my amount of perk today would be a lot nicer if it didn't fuck it up with negative 50% last week. Live and learn. Well, at least you're nailing it this week, right? Win put capitulation. I don't know. I mean, it looks like just more puts are buying. We're below gamma, like net negative gamma, right? So, the price volatility is going to pick up, but the market maker hedge is pushing down now. 2 Japanese life insurers to cut treasury holdings. Oh shit. That's a big deal. Will you be updating Pickles Picks now that CPI is printed? Yeah. Is this just me, or is this October 13th CPI print, but reverse? Um, I think so. I don't have the chart in front of me right now, but that sounds right. What with like headline and core swapped. I have not looked at Zoom recently. I mean, it kind of looks like shit. It's very cheap. It's at like IPO prices. It should probably be lower than that. Janet Yellen must be shitting her deep ends. Yeah, how the fuck are they gonna afford that? They don't have any money. They only have 250 billion on hand. Man, Congress better get their shit together and fucking just literally do whatever it takes to raise the debt ceiling as fast as possible. QQQ dead? Yeah, I see that. It looked a lot stronger, and then it failed fucking 70 BPS. Although everything's starting to fail now. Dow dipped 30. Russell's dropping. Nasdaq's still green on the day, but probably not for long. Well, the Treasury's probably gonna have to step in and provide liquidity for any major sales of treasuries right now. Do you think Fubu has topped out, or is this just a dip before a possible T plus two? I mean, I think it's still holding above $1.50, which is a good sign. T plus two's tomorrow. We'll find out. It ran, like 60, almost 70%. So I think there's a good chance there's some T plus two obligation covering. Check TM. Ooh, bear. or a big fat bounce. I love your analysis, Dork. You send me 6 little bear heads, a chart, and then you write, or a big fat bounce incoming. Amazing. I know exactly what to do with that, believe it or not. How does one provide liquidity when they have no money? Ah, the crux of the issue. Um, yeah, that's going to be difficult. How does the treasury step in to provide liquidity when they have nothing liquid? Sounds like Yellen's time frame's about to move up on that June 1st estimate pretty fast. Here's the problem, though. No one in Congress knows how the Treasury works, right? So they'll keep infighting forever, not moving, right? Waiting on doing their usual shit, right? Where they're like, oh, we're gonna wait for a shutdown and then we're gonna want our paychecks. Except this time, if they do that, they might blow up the economy. Why do we keep having conversations and then the next day they manifest into reality? Too much time looking at charts. I don't know if Yellen knows how the treasury works. That's possible. Is this the point where the market tanks so we make a bunch of money, but it's worthless because of a default? No one has said hyperinflation yet. Right? Is this consolidation going to break up or down? No, that's a very good question. I have no clue. I want to say down. Down is most likely here. It's ascending consolidation, but I don't know. They might push for like gamma neutral, right? For that fast gamma to try to get the hedge back in their favor, or at least capture the gap. There's like a little upside. I don't know if you can see it, but there's like a little upside gap right here. Dork, when music stop? Noral Rabini. I keep hearing the word treasure and I get excited. Pirate. All the talk about going over the debt ceiling is just smoke, right? They won't let that happen no matter what, right? I mean, it's monetary policy. It's entirely in the hands of Congress. Are we talking like a week or two before we're out of money? I mean, it could be sooner, depending on the rate at which tax payments come in. I mean, since the beginning of the fiscal quarter, the Treasury's paid out more in interest payments than they currently have on balance, which isn't which isn't good. What percent of your port to zero DTEs become risky? Uh, like one, maybe two. We heard the record scratch back in March when SVB shit the bed. Well, yeah, but then FRC and then Wall and PacWest, Zion next, right? Or maybe. Well, we'll see. Bloomberg Live reporting ECB thinking about continuing rate hikes into September. Yeah, it makes sense. Their inflation's a lot higher than ours. That would be peak irony. The Bears are correct, only to have their winnings be worthless. Like a Shakespeare's tragedy. I mean, their winnings will still be worth more than the Bulls' calls. Is California's cataclysmic disaster the cause of the Treasury going broke? Are you are you still referring to it raining in California? For most places, that's just normal. That's on shorting USB. They're one of the biggest holders of CRE loans. Yeah, they're one of the banks that I'm keeping an eye on. US Bancorp and Zion are the two that have my interest peaked currently. Peaked with a Q. Sorry if you mentioned it, but say the last day of decent FTDs on GME for a while. Tomorrow's got 700,000, so a little lower than today. But yeah, after that, they fall off pretty hard. What the fuck? Is this a god bot? That was weird. Holy cow, do we have religious zealot bots now? Apparently. The end is nigh. Here, here. No, Girk, the heavens cracked and literal water fell from the sky. Yeah. Cataclysmic disaster, right? We have two upside intraday gaps, right? Yes. ES bounced off 41.25, but it might fail the upside resistance here now that it fell back into the channel. So possible failure at like 41.40. Most of today's downside has been driven by futures, not options positioning on SPX. So it's probably a good idea to keep an eye on this. It doesn't look particularly strong, but volume is declining, and we are reaching some sort of breakout. We don't know if it's going to be down or up yet. Hey, Big Sexy. I still have a few more obligations around the home front. Lily Putin? Ha! Nice. Oh, Jesus, it's back. Stefan found Jesus. Call OI you mentioned earlier, are they still trapped in the upside or sold off mostly? I mean, we don't know how much of that OI is sold versus bought, but it's still there. A large part of it is still there. 41.30, 41.40, 41.60. I would say that it's likely that 41.60 is primarily sold. It's kind of hard to tell what 41.40 is at this point. 41.30 is probably long. Hmm. Futures at resistance now. The Fed should have bailed out those banks. JPOW needs to push the economy into a recession, and the government needs to cut spending. Yeah, yeah, they need to do something. I think that's the biggest problem is they're not doing anything big enough, right? Like right now, and I think for at least a couple months, the nuclear option exists to prevent the economy from falling into a far worse place. It's just hard to say if that's something that they're going to consider taking until they're absolutely sure that their current plan is not working. Hmm. The gap filled, Dark. It filled right up. Her butthole is remaining tight. I repeat, butthole remains tight. Over. Noted. How's the cat doing? I don't know. I saw him this morning. This part seems important. Oh, Caterpillar the stock? It's been trending down for some time now. 212. There's some support at 200. Probably. It's probably gonna keep falling. Hmm. Volume's starting to dry up, so I don't know. The bulls push here. Calls are selling off though. Like the bulls are way more skittish. Or they're clawing back sold, but it doesn't look like it. Put accumulation's picking up. 4105, 4100. Still really low strikes. Yeah, there's no momentum right now. But I feel like that favors the long side. Maybe not. Maybe the market maker hedge can still drag down if enough zero DTs are bought out of the money. Because the market maker hedge is like almost at neutral here. Time to buy puts on Lily yet? I picked up some more 400 yesterday. 4120 and 400 for June. I still need to average down some of my other June ones. Maybe soon. How's Lily doing today? Up again today. The gap's at 4114. 407. 407, 395. And maybe if it retests my risk, I'll pick up some more 4120s today. Could be a good time to average some stuff down. Maybe I'll average these down. Can I get an okay fill on this? Probably not. Hmm. Yeah, sorry, yeah, 420s. I'm thinking 4120 would be a good straddle point. Yeah, I mean, risky though, to be right at neutral. Future's still trying to test 4140. Yeah, calls are coming back in, but they're out of the money. And volume's falling off on the call side for SPX. I'm surprised more people didn't sell Lily when insiders dumped like 200 million in shares after earnings. Yeah, that was kind of surprising. I mean, it got pumped up on the like news of their positive clinical trial that happened overnight. All right, futures opening up the next candle just above 4140 now. So successful. Uh, I don't know. Actually, kind of hard to say still. No volume coming in on the break, and now back below 4140. Might have to wait a minute here till some momentum is found. A little bit of volume there. Call interest picking up at 41.30. Little put interest falling off. Call volume still not that high though. Hmm. $41.30.31. Is that? Oh, 41.30.82.95. Net gam is still negative on the 0DT side. Price targets change much for SPX over the next week or two? No, not really. We have SLD next week also. These slow creep ups are the worst. Yeah, they are. Hmm. Check DM. Interesting. I feel like that's basically it for the day, besides maybe a slow grind up. I might bail. Yeah, I'm thinking so too. Although failing to break this is interesting. We now have a rejection at 41.45. It's tricky because the downside's been fueled by futures sellers, not by put buyers on SPX, right? Like calls have been coming in all day on SPX and all it's done is drop. If future sellers come in again, it's gonna drop again, right? Regardless of how many out of the money calls are being bought. Futures roll is in June. Hey, Gurk, I shorted Novavax yesterday. Nice. Should I sell today, or do you see more downside tomorrow? Yesterday, the stock pumped 50% on one point on terrible earnings. Novo? No. What the fuck is it called? Box. I mean, they had an EPS beat. Revenues were down. I don't know. Did they improve guidance for the year or something? It looks like it could fill the downside. At least $8, possibly. Thanks for your insight and insider info. Now waiting to re-enter Fubo at Upstart at a lower price after taking profits. Nice, dude. Upstart didn't have great earnings, but I'll take the gains. Thanks, pick. They were pretty good, I mean, considering all the headwinds. What happens first? JPOW does something of actual substance, or Ukraine counteroffensive tanks SPX? Why do you think the Ukraine counteroffensive is going to tank the SPX? Sector shift? I mean, they're already at war with each other. I picked up some Oxy already today. Just remember when you're like targeting Buffett's buy-in on that, you know, Buffett's got literally an infinite holding period because he's gonna die in a year. Um, but yeah, Oxy's pretty cheap right now. Do you still have any synthetic longs? No, I closed them. I have shares. I haven't sold covered calls yet. All right. It looks choppy. I'm not sure on direction. I want to lean bullish, but ES is looking like it's going to fail, right? Like this was its peak test, 41 44 75 lower. Now it's falling lower. If ES finds sellers again, you know, SPX is going to drop. I need to look at VIX. I don't give a shit about Fubo trading flat at $2. What's one day VIX doing? Turning around? Is that real time? Yeah, it is. Okay. Will the Ukraine counteroffensive give the U.S. more opportunity to sell weapons? Yeah. Do you still have any synthetic logs? What is Buffett dying TT link? It's a war and Russia's barely holding on. They're already fighting amongst themselves too in some fronts. When the counteroffensive starts later this summer, we'll see what's what. Updated auto insurance. Progressive now uses Docu for all docs, FYI. Oh, okay, cool. Alright, stopped. Futures retesting its high. Maybe futures just to like 4140 or 4150 rather. 4150. Now buy puts again. Alright, what did I want to look at? Upstart. Yeah, that doesn't look very interesting. Yeah, see, they really want it below that 1750 level. I think that's where delta neutral is too. Although I don't remember. I think I think delta neutral is like 1730 something. It's good that it held, I guess. I've been driving all morning. Is Fubo done running for now? I mean, T+2's tomorrow. So some pullback today is not unexpected. What is holding this GME melt up? Mostly FTDs, I think. I think once the FTDs are resolved, it won't keep doing this. But this isn't a melt up. I don't know why people are acting like fucking 60 cents of price improvement in a day is impressive. What is the low SPX target range for today? I mean 41.22, but we broke below it once or twice already. Well, once already. Yeah, there's still more FTDs tomorrow, like, but less than today. Today's 880,000. Tomorrow's 770. Upstart almost 4x volume 2 hours into the day. Spicy T+2 shaping up there too. Maybe, yeah. Enough calls went in the money that there definitely could be. Provided it holds delta neutral, I think. So if Upstart closes below like 1730 today, I think that's pretty bad. Our future's about to get rejected from 41.45. I, I feel like a test of 4150 would be better if we wanted to see downside. But maybe not. Which would put what, like 4135 on SPX, roughly. I think we get maybe just range bound here again, like 4135, 4125, because we're almost at noon, so puts are gonna need to come in at some point to straddle PPI for tomorrow. So they need to get some momentum on the upside soon. And if futures sell off again at 4150, like I could see it diving back down to 4130 again. We're getting pretty close to that test too. Third Wednesday through Monday morning each month. Okay. A little bit of a rejection. But not a lot of sellers on that. This is fucking boring. Nasdaq's recovered most of its drop from earlier. RTY up 40% or 40 BPS. Dow's up 20 but slipping. Hmm. Curious. Theta Gang wins again. Yeah. Unless it pushes up hard, but oh fuck, this test is boring as shit. I'm Theta Gang, hashtag winning. Nice. Yeah, I mean if we look out on the like the 1 hour, like our weekly chart, it kind of still just looks like shit. Like maybe just another like slow creep and a retest of 4152 at some point in the future. We tested the upper and lower range uh today, but on very low volume. And then we have PPI tomorrow, so maybe we just kind of, I don't know, 4140 to 4120 range for the rest of the day. I think inflows are falling off pretty hard. There's a lot of calls being sold at 4160. They're gonna save their calls. I'm pretty sure a lot of those are sold, not bought. I hate to say it, but this is usually when people start talking about food. Thank you so much, Barodactyl. Are 1DTs on stocks better than 1DTs on SPX SPY? Maybe. Ooh, Rivion's moving hard today. Nice, Popcorn Trader. What's the deal with the haircut in this SLD period? Less downs? Possibly. Yeah. They may have had to reorganize margin requirements in like the middle of the month. So it could mean that there's less selling for like the SLD period. After PPI, are we done with massive market straddles for a bit? Yeah, for the most part, we should be. But the reaction to these data points is so fucking unpredictable. I mean, today we tested the upper and low, like the upper and lower range of where we're trading. On neutral CPI print, like it's just odd, right? Fubo June puts have a decent yield for CSPs. I just sold a handful at the $2 strike. Oh, okay, nice. The reason Riven is running is because their sales. I saw two in Canada. That's like 30% of their revenue. Bullish. You know, I saw one the other day. I think for the first time. It was ugly. Super weird. Level 2 data on Fubo shows bids higher than the ask, but there's lower bids showing further down. Almost like the bid order is reversed. What? The MBBO book looks perfectly normal. Um, Here's an idea: an EV company that makes a normal-looking pickup truck for $35,000. Not a chance in hell. How about 120 grand? This rejection of SPX, like a rejection at a middle school dance. Yeah, like not that meaningful. It might recover. Because of the reaction to a neutral print, what would that imply? That a big, cool, or hot PPI could really move it? I don't think PPIs, I mean, like the expectations for PPI are much more fixed. I don't think there's any surprises there. Like PPI is going to be cool. Like everyone knows this. But there's no bullish positioning coming in to capture that expectation. Like the upside range remains heavily short calls and the downside range remains heavily short puts. Oh shit. That's an expensive ticket. Upstart leap puts, synthetic short. I mean, I guess you could. I don't really know if it's worth it. I'll probably do it to some degree just to buy protective puts. But I'm not going to do it until I start to see liquidity turn around because there's still potential for like T+2, right? There's not a lot of, we know there's not a lot of upstart shares available. And so, that means they need to lean more heavily on synthetic liquidity in order to stabilize the price action. So there's definitely going to be some feedback from that. I would be patient on covered call selling. Or like DCA them. Like I wouldn't rush into it. If rolling GME CCs to June, do we then have to worry about an OPEX run? Yeah, you do. I mean, I don't know how much you need to worry about the run, but you'd miss it. You'd miss the opportunity to sell covered calls on the run. What was your percent gain on upstart calls this morning? I don't know. I mean, there were synthetic longs, so like both legs combined, it's like uh, the $12 and $15 ones did really well. The 20s did okay. I think like between 6 and like 240%. But I didn't outside of synthetic longs. I didn't have any I didn't have any just straight up long calls. They were all synthetic longs. Most of them were leveraged though, like 2 to 1. So you sell the one call, you buy back the put, and then you make profit on the other call. Some of them were leveraged a little more heavily. I have no idea what the total return was though yet. I have to add it up. SPX break back down to 41.25. Possibly. I mean, we finally broken down from the bear flag, but still like kind of light on sellers. We did ultimately triple top at 41.48. So I guess that's kind of bearish. Although I really think it's just going to be more flat. Probably this week. This is kind of what I'm thinking right now. I think CPI is cool tomorrow. That pumps a little bit. Then we pump like Friday, Monday, and then hit SLD. I just don't know how high we can pump. Like, it still looks like the upside of SPX is just going to be like 41.50, 41.60. 41.80 and higher is just like a brick fucking wall. There's so many sold calls. I sold half of my Upstart shares. I sold all the calls. But my cost basis on the shares I sold was like $18.30. It was awful. And so now my cost basis on the shares I have left is like 13.44, 13.50, something like that. So you can separate your shares into tax lots. Didn't you sell some? When's the best opportune time to sell covered calls? When IV is high. Is AMD a decent short over 100? It's getting close. Yeah, but you want theta on it. I mean, their last earnings wasn't particularly good, but they're still getting a lot of like sector sympathy with Nvidia. And then they had that news that seemed to be unsubstantiated that Microsoft is working with them to develop AI chips. So that caused like the post earnings recovery. I did see 2 Japanese insurers to cut US Treasury holdings. That's kind of a big deal. I mean, OPEX doesn't look good because it blew off so much liquidity already. So unless they short Upstart really fucking hard over the next, what, 9 days, it's probably not going to have any significant movement for OPEX. Probably smarter to cut losses on Upstart $30 leaps. Jesus Christ. 2024 or 25? A lot of the sold calls are for 616. Some of them are for 530 for the end of the month. I bought shares at right before close and sold in after hours, 1421. I was okay with the price dropping and averaging down, but I couldn't say no to 50% in 30 minutes. Yeah, no, that's totally fair. I couldn't either. Jimmy CSPs potentially post SLD? Yeah. Yeah, I'd wait till after the SLD period before selling them. I have some out right now, but they're like 18. I don't think they're gonna. I don't think I'm gonna get assigned on them by Friday. Vix has some juice today, small spurts. Some of these 1 minute candles are nuts. Well, put interest is starting to accumulate again to the downside. So, and call interest is once again falling off. It's just very, very slow. So I don't know if we're gonna get any more big moves today, right? Like we're retesting the 4140 level to the downside and bouncing. The momentum has dropped down pretty significantly. I think from here we probably just pull back up and retest 4135. Do you know why CRSP has been rocking the last few days? Hold on. I'll take a look at it. No. Uh Quarter one losses were a bit narrower. Revenues were up a ton. They like 4x their revenue estimate. And yeah, like a 60% beat on EPS. So their earnings are pretty good. Nah, it's all good. The one god. Don't worry. Bought some Oxy. It keeps dropping, buying more and selling CSPs. Nice. What are the odds of a possible Jimmy Russell inclusion? Pretty good. And what would the implications of such a thing? Price go up? Volume go up, maybe. The shittiest part about a Russell inclusion is if it happens, GME's really illiquid right now. The Russell 1K ETFs will sell off their holdings, which will produce a shitload of liquidity for GME, right? The short vol will get out, and then, the R2K ETFs will buy in. And that would happen in June, but it'd basically release all the current short positions from any of their obligations and probably without very much price improvement. So like ETF rotation historically on GME has been really bad for it, and also kind of like negates the next potential OPEX period. So if it shifts, like I think it'll be really good for it following the R2K inclusion because Jamie will be so heavily weighted and it'll start to get a lot more active fund pressure again and probably more institutional options interest again. Um, but it'll be bad for it in the sense that it'll probably negate any potential OPEX to like November. We'll see, obviously. I mean, they may blow off obligations before that kind of move happens, so there's still some potential, but Spicy downs now? I fucking hope so. We're getting close to gamma neutral again. How do you feel about 4,000 SPX June puts? I don't hate them. I don't think it's unreasonable. Do you still use option strat? Yeah, I still use option strat. I mean, the UI on it's one of the nicer options calculators. What's up, guys? We shorting AMD at Gamma Max today? Maybe just above. I might just sell spreads on it. I already have puts. Do you recall the largest earnings miss beat of your career of trading so far? I mean, some of the Tesla like mid 2020 earnings were ridiculous. That's on using anchored VWAP. I use it all the time. What about it? It's good. I mean, you have to modify your like standard deviation bands, and you have to know where to anchor it, but it's useful. If we drop below 41.35 on ES, I'll probably see lows again. Yeah, probably. Yeah, we're sliding below like the fast gamma point again right now. We're falling back into our previous channel. So moving back to retest the today's low at like 41.25. I'd still be cautious of this just bouncing though. I feel like this could just bounce off like 41, like off of the flip point, and then, you know, just stabilize into the end of the day. Probably no price volatility till later. Like nothing super significant. I feel pretty good about SLD next week. Oh, I don't see why it wouldn't meet expectations. It usually does. We haven't had like a big risk off going into it. I mean, obviously that could change this week, but so far. 10-year yield just fell off a cliff. Okay. Yeah. Yeah, it did. You know the other effect of, market participants considering that the Fed will pause rates due to CPI being flat today is that they're going to buy the fuck out of treasuries. Yeah, I customize them individually. T-bond futures kind of ripping today. 72 basis points up, which should be really bearish. Thought that the margin haircut may affect SLD. It could. I mean, we're not going to have any idea. I mean, you just have to remember that the potential for SLD could be less. I mean, but that's always true with SLD. SLD is not like a guarantee of downsides. It just usually is a lot of downside because the markets are over leveraged. Aren't treasuries risky if default? I mean, yes. At least for a period of time. When determining when to cut losses on options, do you generally watch the options price or the underlying? I realize I'm overholding contracts and losing theta, but it's hard to define a rule. I mean, if it's like a swing position and I have time, I'm probably watching the underlying. If anything's contradicting my thesis, then I'm gonna cut my options. If it's not, like if I don't feel like my thesis is being contradicted, then I'll probably just average them down, right? Looking for 4118 on ES now for a potential target. Okay. What the? Just got stopped out on a put out of nowhere. Bid ask came nowhere near my stop. Huh. That's odd. It happens, but it's odd. Is default setting on multipliers just standard deviation? I don't know what the default is. Figure it out. No, I mean, they're not bag holders as there's a default, but they're not going to receive yield payments until the default is corrected. About to go to a meeting. You said 4100 was stacked. Do you think that bought? You think bought or sold? It could be both. And will it have an impact? Maybe. If we get close enough to it, it could. You seem to think we won't go that low today. Yeah, I don't think so. Our downside price action today is fairly unpredictable because it's not being driven by positioning on SPX. It's being driven by futures sellers. Yeah, 4100 is still stacked. We could hit it. We just may not, right? Or if we do, it might be far later in the day. I mean, 4130 is also stacked, and you know, we failed to realize that for very long as well. When evaluating your thesis, how much weighting do you give to reas and emotion? None. Is there an equivalent to CBOE for futures? You have like ICE. I mean, for many contracts, it is just CBOE. There's CBOT and ICE. I mean, there's futures exchanges, but I mean, for most like index futures, like index mini futures, you're gonna be trading on CBOE. CME is CBOT. So CME Group is part of Chicago Board of Trade. There's New York Mercantile Exchange too, but that's you know they're all under the same fucking umbrella. How stubborn am I being for holding on to my 16 June 23 395 puts on SPY that I don't want to average down? Well, here's a better question. Why don't you want to average them down? Like if you think that they're going to be a successful trade,
then you'd want to average them down, right? When presented with the opportunity. If you don't think they're going to be a successful trade, why the fuck are you holding them? SLD's next week, and you know goddamn well when it is. SDL. What? Is the pizza sauce the most important component of a pizza? It can be. What are have been afraid of? What are have bears afraid of? Neither of those, even with the correction, neither of those sentences make sense. What's up, Dork? The butthole remains tight? Fuck. Show me. Show me it. Show me your butthole. I bought them at a price of 661. I'm trying to figure out how likely they are to go in the money. Everything I'm seeing is saying that they should, but the longs keep holding in there. Yeah, they do. Is that the fucking 1 minute? Hmm. That's interesting. Yeah, there's big money flows today. That's without a doubt. Um, what are bears so afraid of? I think they're scared of the omnipotent power of ignorant buyers in the market. No, I don't think so. I don't think the bears are all that afraid. I just don't think they're in a rush. Like, if you're gonna win anyway, you don't really need to push it. 736 people here with 230 likes. That doesn't sound right. No, there's like 400 likes, dude. Relax. When society collapses, how long do you think it will take for the island of Oahu to take up cannibalism? I lived there for a while. If the boats stop, it's gonna get wild. Do they not have plants? Who's Jimmy Dizzle? Jamie Dimon. Do you remember that movie August Rush? Is that the one? Was Robin Williams in that, or was that the kid that played guitar, or both? No one's moving any collars. You know the market will rally for no reason when the debt ceiling inevitably gets raised. I mean, that's not bullish. None of these things are bullish. Like, people are like, oh, this is gonna happen and this is gonna happen, and like, sure, some people might buy calls and the market might go up a little bit, but it's not bullish, right? Will Dole be rated if that happens? I hope not. Or, well, actually, I kind of hope they do. I'm not a plantologist, but I did see plants when I was there. Do you think that they could eat the plants, maybe also fish in the surrounding area before eating each other? The market still thinks short-term bullish. I don't see that at all. People keep saying that. People have been saying that since fucking March. We still haven't. Where's 4,200, Tom Lee? I'm serious. The fucking upside of SPX is a brick wall of sold calls. Every time we top it, some future seller dumps 50,000 fucking contracts and we rocket down 80 BPS. So where are the bulls? If there's bulls, why aren't they buying long dated calls? If you were bullish right now and you think we're moving into a recovery, the first thing you do is buy like leap calls on SPX, right? No one's fucking buying them. People are buying super far out of the money puts on SPX for like 6 months expiration. Like 3,000, 3,200, 3,400. But no one's buying any fucking calls. I love how literally everyone in the market right now is trying to predict market movement using all data except company fundamentals. Hey, man, they're only down 30%, right? It's okay. They're going to make 120% in quarter four. You don't need to worry about the companies. They're fine. They're not diluting their stock with 40-year bonds for no reason. Oh. Awkward. If MACD 1 hour and 4 hour have been green all day, could flipping red show acceleration to the downside? On what? SPX? MACD is not really very good on SPX because you could use it on like SPY, but there's no volume on SPX. Unless you're watching like the CFD volume, but that's not going to be accurate. Hey, Palantir's doing better. I know. But I mean, it's like Stefan's rants about the Russian economy. You know, bouncing off the bottom isn't growth, right? It's just better than failing. Do you think Elon will use Twitter and Starlink as a subtype thing to take Twitter publicly trading again? No. Durk's my favorite quat, and thus it makes me unhappy when he gets his pee-pee slapped by yourself and the cat on weekend streams. We've never slapped his pee-pee without his permission. Why are the bears if we can't even break 4,000? Where are the bears if we can't even break 4,000? Fair. But they're busy selling calls. This chat is reading charts and trading. Can't even seem to read the number of likes right. You have to refresh it. So if you join the stream early, it won't update unless you refresh the stream. So I have a chance to move up in the company I'm at, and I can negotiate hourly pay. How greedy is it to ask for 15 more than my current base pay? I basically do the position without the title. I mean, do you think that that rate of pay is competitive? And if you think it's a fair amount, what's the worst that happens to ask for more? Sometimes you just get it. Do you own any laceless shoes? No. There's no bulls. They're bears that are just dressed up like bulls. I love getting my PP slapped. Thanks, Dork. This is not a bull and bear market. This is the return of the kangaroo. Maybe, but we still need the downside to bounce off of, right? Hmm. Thanks for all you do, man. Bear here. Sweet 16 months. Thank you so much, Bertram. Burtonham. If a guy wanted to roll June puts out in the next week, do you think there'll be a better exit between PPI and SLD, or just wait for SLD to reposition? I'm trying to learn. Thanks. I don't know what your moneyness looks like, but generally speaking, there's a small pump before the SLD period. That might be an opportunity to average down, and then SLD might be an opportunity to reposition. Ask for 30% more than you think you can get. Let the HR reps think they are dealing you down. Even my wedding dress shoes were Velcro. Do you have any shoeless laces? No. A bounce from here looks more likely than another push down, right? Yes, but it also looks weak. Like a weak bounce. Maybe similar high? I don't know. Until we get into the latter part of the day and like there's some more movement in the zero DTEs. It looks weak. A bounce on ES doesn't even look bullish. It's like not. It's like barely a higher low. Volume still declining into the bounce, which is usually not a good sign. How close to the money you are. Hey man, what's up? I've been away for the day. Do you think with this recent CPI data, there's a chance it'll keep trading up here for a while? Is it worth holding farther dated puts? I mean, CPI was neutral. So it doesn't, I mean, CPI didn't change anything. It might force some repricing of like June inflation swaps because CPI, like, headline didn't fall sufficiently. But that's probably about it. Worst thing they can say is no. Stryker pays their leads 40 an hour, and we supply Stryker their parts, so I figured, why not? Okay, that's fair. On a bear credit spread, like 41.90, 41.95 for 517, what would your exit strategy be? I don't have enough margin to do something like that. I'm just prepping for the future. 41.90, 41.95, 517, 560? Okay, 517 is an odd date, but I mean, if you don't need an exit strategy, right? It was just like theta decay. I mean, I guess if the market, like if I sold one right now and the market were to push up more than 50 BPS, I'd probably stop out of it. I mean, also that contract's only $500 of margin. Like that spread. Your margin requirement for a spread like that is only the difference between the two strikes on a credit spread. $600K GME ETF FTDs, 880 today. It's 880K ETF FTDs that contain GME. It's never 600K directly because you can't get that data. That's not available. Right? You can only measure the total FTDs on ETFs containing GME. Are we sure Popcorn Trader is old enough to be here, Gork? Wiggles and Velcro shoes at his wedding? Do we know if his wedding occurred before or during or after recess? Interesting. So you're hypothesizing that Popcorn Trader is a child? But he's written secret penis in chat 50 times. Only an adult would do that. Docu seems to be very flat for the last little bit. Anything expected to happen over there? No. ES is rejecting again, by the way. Yeah, no. I closed out of my covered calls on it. It'll probably drop more during SLD. If it goes back below like $43, I'll buy it again. Like I'll buy more shares. I didn't pick up very many the last time. I am 3 toddlers in a trench coat. That makes more sense. Fidelity's warning said you needed a 10K account value for spread margin. Okay, let me be real clear. Unless you're rich, don't use Fidelity for trading. They suck. They suck big hairy balls. If you have millions of dollars, awesome. Otherwise, almost every other broker, especially trading spreads, is gonna be better. Like TDA, or you need some more degenerate shit. TDA, WeBull, Tradier, Tasty Trade, like one of those. Or Tasty Works. Even IBKR. Fidelity will restrict permissions every chance they get, unless you're filthy rich. So if you don't like your broker controlling what you do as a trader, they're probably not the best. Like they're great for like buy and hold. They're fine for selling covered calls, but If you're starting to trade like multi-legged options, you probably want to use a different brokerage. Thanks, I guess. I haven't decided. We were thinking the best name for an ETF would be Cox. It's cumulative upside exchange. But we're still deliberating. There were a few other ones, like YOLO, Squart, PILF. Didn't quite understand the relationship between the repricing swaps. What effect could it have on the market if June inflation swap is being repriced? It'd drag the market down. Trigger treasury buying and lower yields. Market pricing at higher inflation for longer is bearish. Hello, Gherkin. Fidelity representative here. Please refrain from these comments about our platform unless you don't have your ability to trade options and margin restricted. I don't even know if I have margin at Fidelity. What's the point of a credit spread? You make money. I mean, the point is to, yeah, the point is to make money. Do you want to be more specific? It's a hedged, sold, naked option. I would love it if they rebuilt ATP from scratch. They've been promising to do that for years and have yet to do so. Fidelity will margin call you for closing the short leg of a spread before closing the hedge. They require full collateral retroactively if you leg out of any part of a credit spread. Yeah, I know. Do you generally keep like 70 to 80% of your port in Fidelity for long-term investing? No. It's my like long-term investments are split up. I have them all over the place. Uh I do use Fidelity for some of it. Is this like bearish to you? Kind of. But not in like an exciting way. Although that does. Maybe the end of day will be more interesting. Right now it's just not. It's interesting that 0 DTE 4100 puts are not being priced down. Huh. Okay, that could be bearish. Hmm. Try this again. VIX climbing. 12:30. Yeah, 4,100 getting stacked up again. Give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
I miss anything? Yeah, this is super fucking boring. I'm making some food real quick. Upstart climbed back up a little bit. I was hoping to sell $20 calls in the money at some point, but I don't know if Upstart's going to see 22. Maybe tomorrow. They got a lot of FTDs through this period to grind through, too. I mean, we got, on the ETF, or the MM side, we have like 2 million? 2.5 million FTDs? ETF side's a bit weak, though. 800,000 on the ETF side. Sorry, Jen. VIX is still climbing. 1-day VIX is moving up pretty steadily now. It's starting to look more bearish on the 5-minute. Maybe ES sells off here. It looks like we could retest like 41.25, which would be about our low for the day on SPX. Yeah, around like 41.10, 41.12. I don't know. I don't know. I guess we'll see if more out of the money put buying comes in. $41.15 still weak. That's kind of that's the tough part. Like this range is weak, and it's sensitive to capitulation because it's still very close to the flip point. So, you know, shorts that capitulate at the 41.15 level have a really good chance of driving prices back up to the 41.22 level, right? Where, you know, we get bullish momentum again. I don't know. I'd want to see more put buyers coming at 41.15. It could still be some time before we hit 4100. Let's get test 4200 and 4120 on futures today. Get everyone out of their calls and puts and take the week off. I should have gone to bed this morning after my straddle printed on both sides. I better roll my UAA 850 CSP or take the loss and buy it back. I sold it Monday. You don't want the shares? How much should it drop?
Airlines are fucking wrecking people on airfare prices right now. I'd imagine their earnings will probably be pretty good into the second half of the year. That's not United. It's Under Armour? Oh, gross. Never mind. Wrong ticker. Isn't this like pretty valuable in this range? Like, don't you think this like reaction to earnings is extreme? Was their guidance lowered significantly? And you'd be buying it at a dollar loss, which sucks, but I mean, I guess you could always just roll it down out of the money. Is there a price point that you were targeting for a buy-in? Remember when we managed to predict GME's FTDs for a little while there? Fun times, I know. That was good stuff. Why aren't all the SPX 4100Ps doing anything? I don't know. They're just sitting there like a fucking lump. What will it take for the SPX to go sub 4,000? It has to go sub 4075 and sub 4050 first. Probably the capitulation of the short put positions. And they're not going to capitulate unless they're pushed out, which they are. They are slowly being pushed out. Any hope for PPI dropping SPX sub 4100? I really doubt that PPI is going to be overly bearish. I mean, technically, by all measures, it should come in pretty cool. You know, maybe a little bit of like bump from the oil prices last month, but it shouldn't be crazy. Good morning, ending. I was in bad plays all day and just broke even with that drop and got out. Huh. Nice. What's the best? More opportunity to surprise hot. I don't see it happening, though. I do want UAA, but the CC premium is meh. I'm trying to build this account. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's probably and if you can roll down and out, maybe. If you roll it down out of the money, how far out do you need to go in order for it to still net credit? If you have to go out too far and you think the bearish trend is going to continue, which it could, then it's probably best to just buy them back and take the loss. Nasdaq still has a gap to fill to the downside. Does that help put SPX push down? I mean, part of the weight of SPX, yeah. Call heavy straddle this evening then? No, I'll probably stay pretty even. I don't mind buying calls in this range as much as I did buying them at like 41.40 or 41.30, right? But I'd rather not overexpose myself to the long side. Not to derail the discussion, but does anyone know why we don't have seedless lemons in 2023? We must, right? That must be an option. Chance of OPEC restricting oil supply again? Price per barrel is still decent. Under 70, there's some risk of it. We were at the price range they did it before a few days ago. Oil went down hard last week. Have you ever been overexposed to the thong side? Yes. Unfortunately. I would need to roll the CSPs to Jan 2024 to net 16 credit, rolling from 850 to 750. Fuck. Yeah, maybe, I don't know, maybe not worth it. Do you have time to like hang around and see if it bounces? It's not looking great today. Oh shit. Well, that's going to incentivize the put buyers. I can just same strike roll it to next week for $7 credit. Last I checked, so it may do that. Have 6,700 cash free, so I'm not hurting. Okay, that might be an option. At least that'll give you some time to see how all of this reacts. Although next week is SLD, and Under Armour's pretty retail exposed. Usually retail gets kind of hammered during SLD. This turning into an identical April CPI day if we dump here. Right? 41.15 interest being weak means no capitulation here. Are we going down? I don't know. $4,100 still looking pretty good. I think there's some room for like chop. Puts just got priced up again, so probably more bearish. ES. Yeah, I mean, ES is just selling off pretty consistently here, right? Heading back to that 41.25 level. Let me see what net gammas, or like the gamma exposure is looking like. How's your butthole, dork? Loose? Loose, tight? Tight, loose? What's it doing? Yeah, okay. So 2 billion on the 0 DT, 2.2 billion, negative 4 billion. Knave. How much is that? $1. It's not a ton, but we're kind of illiquid, so it's like what, 100 million per $1 move right now, roughly. I feel like the skew adjusted exposure is more extreme. Some fucking puts about to get blown up. Huh. Ooh. Yeah, I like that. I'll pull back my stop a little. This is my second formal request to move the bear raid threshold from 40.50 to 4,100, but there's not that many sold puts at 4,100. Like, we're not blowing up the bulls at 4,100. I'll consider it when we get there, if we get there. Why do you think this will not just bounce again? Well, because it's not bouncing. That's a big sign that something's not going to bounce when it's not doing that. And it looks like there's some momentum on the bear side. We'll see if it sticks. Some like 4105 and 4110 put buyers. ES is clawing back a little bit at 4130, but that may just sell off. We might have to wait a minute for another leg down, but I think if we can hold under gamma neutral here, then we can get it. maybe around 130. What about how strong and resilient the banking sector is? I didn't jinx it. You know how impatient I am. I know. Shouting AI at the market isn't going to print your calls. Okay, give me 1 second. I gotta grab my food. I'm back. Still no bounce? Looking better. Well, my cat finally came out from under the couch. Apparently, all I had to do was remove pizza from my oven. He doesn't have a name. Good lord, that cheese pull. That was a mess. All right, futures retesting 41.25. 41.25 is a pretty important level. I don't know if we break down through this. That's pretty. I think that's pretty significant. What's even weirder is we're breaking down on bullish SPX momentum. So call buyers are still like scrambling to buy calls, but we keep breaking down because future sellers don't give a fuck. Well, I got stopped out. Yeah, that was good. Longer dated put buyers. So we talked about this yesterday, how we're seeing like a rotation to bearish positioning. VIX moves up on the back of put buyers buying farther dated puts. Variance is probably increasing, and correlation's probably picking up, so that probably helps too. What are you sending your mom for Mother's Day? Me. I'm not gonna bring the cat on a fucking airplane. The whole Discord and YouTube channel fully expects you and your mom to be on stream card for the stream following Mother's Day. No. How about a regular airplane? What do you mean? Like coach? Last year I got a private jet for like nothing. You'd be surprised how few people fly on private jets on Mother's Day. It was like fucking $1,800. It was like slightly cheaper than first class on like American. I mean, coast to coast. My mom lives in California. Crypto doing something? I mean, it's down. Futures is picking up volume into this downside move. How did you book it? I'd have to look up the email. My friend booked it for me. But he's part of like he's part of like something where like I don't know, he gets like offers for flights, for charter flights. Yeah, there was someone on my flight out, but there was no one on my flight back. So there was someone else on the plane going out. I don't know. I didn't know them. Um, but coming back, there was no one. Mm. Public jet. Well, they're charters. I think there were like snacks and stuff, but I didn't have any. um, I think the way it works, but I'm not entirely sure. I'm sure Dunkston or something would have a better idea. Um, is they're making return flights, and so they're trying to see if they can just like pick up any passengers, like chartering it out on the return flight. Just like an OTR trucker. Yeah, I think so. Breaking through 4,100 on the cards. Yeah, I mean, just because futures just failed 41.25, so it looks bad. Yeah, out of the money put buying's increasing pretty quickly. The charter plane has seats filled on all legs, or if there's a charter where they fly dead leg for the first charter, they charge the first one. Anything they can pick up to fly on that leg is gravy. Oh, okay. Thank you, Dunstan. It was cheap. I mean, it was like $300 more than business class and cheaper than first class at the time. But I also live like near a big metropolitan area, going to another big metropolitan area, so it's probably easier to find flights here than maybe other places. I don't know what kind of plane it was, but it was really small. It was like I don't know, it had like 8 seats maybe. No, not like a prop plane. Write off? I don't know. I'd have to ask my accountant. Maybe. Boeing 747 decked out for 8 people. Oh yeah, I've looked into renting like a jet before. It's fucking ridiculous. Like me and my friends wanted to get a jet to fly to Vegas, and it was not cheap. It was like 23 grand, I think. If you do a coming to you live from California brief video for your YouTube channel, you can write the trip off. Hmm. Interesting. I bought a SVX0GT 4100p earlier for 140, stopped out at 100, now worth 400. Fuck my life. Don't feel bad. I bought 10 of them earlier for $4 and sold them for 2. Hey Gerg, where are the bulls? I don't know, Meatwad. They're getting fucked right now. Actually, that might be where they are. Bear song. We haven't even know. Hey, my May 19, 40, 50s clawed back $3,000 in losses today. That's super cool. Yeah, this drop is cool, but are you ready for the $1.50 face ripper in 2 days to prevent the market from having 3 red days in a row? I'll keep my eyes peeled. I just made $300 in 5 minutes. Nice, man. Actually, updates for futures, etc. helps me trade when I can't watch and only listen. Yeah, no problem, man. Just roll by the most dilapidated closed BBBY store in the area. Hey guys, I flew out to California to show you the proof of my thesis. Where does this even stop? Oh, that was fun. How hard did Fubo and Upstart get slammed? That's pretty good, right? Fubo's fucking hanging in there. NASDAQ gap filled now. Okay. Do you think this is happening because the bulls that pumped now flipped to bears? I don't think it's that the bulls flipped to bears. I mean, some of them did. I think it's because their liquidity is running dry and they're pulling back their positioning. Like, flows have been moving more bearish for days now. The closest Bed Bath to me is the same building that Linens and things was previously, so I think that shop is just where towels go to die. It's sad that we live in a society where towels aren't generating more business. All right, I finally started with options a month ago after watching you for a year and a half. Blew up 2 ports doing so, slowly crawling myself back. Just 2x SQQQ calls. Thank you for the learnings, man. No problem, dude. Congrats. Sorry to hear about your other 2 portfolios. Ideally, never blow up your port. We had some talks in like the billionaire private Discord last night, but um, you know, great traders, like really good ones, are defined not by their ability to make money, right? But by their ability to not lose it. So risk management is that should be your focus, not 100% gains. No one gives a shit if you 2x a call or 5x a call, right? What you need to focus on is never losing money ever under any circumstances. That's what this mattress is for. The penny really dropped for me when I realized that when you don't have the money to risk losses, you also don't have the money to risk more gains. Yeah. I have a new strategy for risk management and that I'm going to start doing it. Oh, there's no better time than today. You ever consider that your channel gets banned for all this port explosion discussions? Sounds very anti-waterway hubbish. I don't know what that means. I think my channel gets banned when I say mean things about Ryan Cohen, and half of Super Stonk reports me as they sit in here and hate watch all day. I'm up 122,000% on my Upstart position this year. Now I'm finally break even on my port. Congratulations, crypto. Back to zero. Well played. I started understanding a core tenet of investing when I started understanding a core tenet of investing. So if you never trade, then you never lose money, which makes you the best trader. Okay. You could look at it like that. That was like one of the comments from like the WeBull paper trading competition. Some guy was like, I'm not gonna buy anything and I'm gonna beat most of you. Statistically, it makes you an average one. Yeah. Actually, I think statistically it probably makes you much better than average. I think most people who attempt trading lose money. They didn't ban short selling on banks. Against the Gods goes into how most people will lose a zero-sum game. Since I learned about risk management, I'm making consistent money. I just wish I learned it before going 400k deep in calls on Frags Day. Never forget. Never could. Just all that talk to scare people out of puts? Maybe. I mean, the SEC came right out and fucking told everyone like we're not banning short selling on banks like almost immediately when the rumors started. And then the rumor somehow persisted for like 2 weeks. I mean, I think it's still persisting. Hold on one second. You use the Kelly criterion? Um, no. Well, so no. I don't think using the Kelly criterion is good in trading. Like I don't think it's not terrible. Um, but like the the distribution of probabilities in the market is chaotic, and then you have like volatility as well, right? So it's not like a casino game where outcomes are more fixed. And it can be kind of complex to integrate into like a daily trading strategy. Like you might be able to use it more effectively on like swing trading where you have more time to plan positioning, but any idea for SPX end of day? More down? Yeah, we could see more downside. There's there's plenty of put interest now. Put interest came in pretty strong on the drop. Now we have put interest all the way down to 40.50. Would you say SPX is forming a head and shoulders on the daily? Yes. Not starting in early April though. Further back. Go from like December. I'll just show you. This is a head and shoulders. It's ascending, but head and shoulders on indexes generally should be. I hope we hit it. The neckline's like 37.65. FCNCA? First Citizens? Why? Is it just because it's expensive? I mean, they have a lot of dilutionary power, like equity value in their stock. I'm not sure that they'd face any kind of liquidity crisis. Expiry on put interest, 0 DTEs. Some of them, yeah. 1 DTEs. There's further dated puts coming in too. That's why VIX is going up. Everything is a head and shoulders. I mean, yeah. Any guesses on who's picking a fight with Icon? Last I heard, the DOJ. Well, the Hindenburg short report was like weeks ago, right? We were mentioning earlier that we may see some pumping between now and Tuesday before SLD. Since we're pulling down lower, would you expect less upside? Not necessarily. If put positions capitulate into the end of the week, we could rip again. Right? But I mean, who did he short that has friends at the DOJ? Who knows? Not everything's a Showtime drama. Straddles are still the winner. I still like him, yeah. The straddles are so easy to play, BH, and they make things so much less stressful. They're an awesome position lately. For the last since October. I'd have to do the math, but there's very few days where I've had to carry a straddle into a subsequent day. And even when I have, it's always printed. Do you ever play Gush? No. I don't really actively trade oil. That's not my deal. There are people who are experts in the oil market, and I mean I know enough to like swing trade it, but I wouldn't say that I'm any kind of expert when it comes to oil pricing or volatility. Why did RC say to his investors, "Can you straddle me while I strangle you?" But it's but fucking butt connoisseur. Do you think the Upstart run is finished? Yeah, that's why I sold all my calls and half my shares. You didn't straddle before October because the volatility moves weren't worth it. Well, I mean, in August I was short, and then yeah, the intraday volatility was very one directional. It wasn't until after October that we started to see like variance grind down, and then we were trading in tighter ranges, but trading very erratically within those ranges, and that's when I started doing more and more straddles. But in October, I was still doing them differently, but I was doing them. Like the whole lead in and into the October dip when everyone thought the market was crashing and it was never going to recover, but we were like pretty convinced it was going to bounce. I was buying like very long dated calls and then, hedging them overnight with short dated puts. And then I just like kept doing that after the bounce. I mean, almost every day now we trade within like a 40 to 80 BPS range. But we usually see both the top and bottom side of that range because everything's so driven by those zero DTEs, right? Not erratically. Can you go over how you manage your straddles? Man, they're really easy. I sell the side that's up when I think it's done being up as much as it's going to go, and then I either sell the side that's down, or I average down, or I hedge the downside, and wait for that to print. I mean, every day is a little different, but like this morning, for instance, I sold the call, side because, you know, the market was up and it looked like calls were going to kind of sell off because of the overnight gap up. And then, you know, when calls sold off, then I closed the put side. Like today was easy though, right? Not every day is like that. You know, for the last 2 days, I carried forward long call positions, right? So I had from last Friday. Yeah, I think it was last Friday. I had 4140s. It was either Friday or Monday. I can't remember. I had 4140s. And then from yesterday, I had hold on, let me look at my trading records. Hold on. Yesterday I had 4125s. And I sold both of those on the upside today. So, but I carried this one forward in the expectation that it would eventually go in the money again. Like, I lost some theta on it, but I think I averaged it down once or twice when we traded in the low range. How do you get around IV crush from VIX shenanigans on your straddles? Well, you can average down the losing leg. You can also, you know, VIX is usually highest in the morning most days. Most days VIX opens at its highest point, especially on bullish days. So you can, you know, you can try to take advantage of dips, like big drops on the VIX, to like average down the short side. You can take advantage of big spikes in the VIX to try to average down your call side, although not as much. I'm also usually buying like 7 to 14 DTE, so I'm not as exposed to volatility overnight. Straddles are a little less exposed to volatility than strangles anyway. Are futures pulling back at all? Yeah, but I mean, I think they're gonna get rejected here at 4120. Maybe. I don't know. It's too early to tell, but I mean, futures bounced on the 412 resistance, 4112. Which is really 4110, but for some reason this acts as support at 4112 almost every time. Yeah, I mean, this could fail still. Might retest 4125. Is Super gonna gap down to 150 now that it's broken 185? Why? I don't think so. I don't see a reason for it to, at least. Not yet. Futures and SPX are $4 apart. No, they're about $13 apart right now. $14 apart. Yeah, you might have delayed data. I think we're gonna retest 4115 SPX. Yeah, I don't think that's unreasonable. No problem, NW. Congratulations, dude. I appreciate it, man. Do you think PPI will have any real effect tomorrow? maybe, but here's the deal: PPI should already be priced in as being cool. So the only thing that I could really see PPI doing is coming in bearish and adding fuel to the fire. But like I don't think anyone's expecting PPI to be high tomorrow. So it should already be accounted for. The surprise would be if it was hotter. Not but like cooler isn't a surprise. Theoretically, that's how it should work in an efficient market. Do you see any more upside on Lily? It looks like it double topped on the weekly. I mean, I hope it's done. It may still have some more. It can be really persistent in its upside ranges. I know last week a bunch of the weekly calls sold off, which helped bring it down a little bit into the start of this week. Total like market maker gamma is starting to fall off, so people are selling out of calls, but slowly they are dropping off the chain. I know they have a dividend coming up soon, and that's most likely when we're gonna see downside. Not only do the calls usually close before the dividend date, but like the short sellers will be out by then. Lily has a pretty fat dividend. How are Fuberto? Trading at 185. I mean, it's slumped today, but it didn't lose the prior strike, so I think it's still got some more upside potential into tomorrow, especially with 0 DTEs. Like, people are paying attention to it. It went up 70% at the peak this week. There should be some T+2 exposure. The $1.50 strike went in the money. There was a lot of short capitulation, so I think it can run again a little bit. I mean, I don't know how high it'll run. That'll depend on call buyers, right? Here are the $5 I just scored on puts. Gracias por tu inteligencia and estos temas. I am not a cat. Thank you so much, Natson. I appreciate it, dude. Theoretically, assuming rationality, which is funny to say in this context, yeah. Well, I'm just gonna straddle, right? I don't give a shit what the outcome of PPI is. I hope it does the exact same thing it did today and spikes really hard in the morning and then drops the rest of the day. It's much easier to play the market when it's moving in one direction all day. Where did all the inverse Gherk people go from a few months back? They blew their ports up buying 4,200 calls on SPX. They just don't talk about it because they leave. With SLD maybe being a bit lackluster this month, does that also translate to potentially less of a pre-SLD pump early next week? It could, yeah. There could be less incentive for a pre-SLD pump. Usually the pre-SLD pump's kind of like on the back of options interest picking up into the OPEX date, but yeah, I mean, I guess. Again, I think people are looking at SLD the wrong way. Are futures and SPX converging? Seems closer to actual price right now. Yeah, that's what they do. You have the roll, and then you move to the new contract in front. And then over time, and then they just keep doing that over and over again. Oh, yeah, because the contract in front becomes, because the it's no longer in the future. I know, it's fucking crazy. I'm still buying those. I know you are, Hayes. Did a bunch of squats during lunch. Really feeling the VWAP now. I lifted a couple slices of pizza into my mouth, so I'm feeling pretty tired myself. Since the price of futures gradually decreases as you get close to expiry, do supports and resistances change, or do they stay at the same dollar value? Since the price of futures gradually decreases, no, they don't change. Ratios are still the same, right? It's just the price that changes. How do you tell if you're shadow banned again? What, me or you? So if you're gonna talk like time is linear, you shill. Where do you get SPX options load? Does it cost a lot for real time? Yes. We get it from, I mean, we get our data from CBOE. And you have to go through a data provider. But yeah, they're not cheap. And real time is, it's more than just the data that's expensive. You need the back end to develop it. So you have to take all that raw data and you have to apply your calculations to it. You have to store it. And the processing and manpower required to do that are extensive. Good entries for BTU coming up after today's ex-div date, or insignificant in this case. No, there might be some really good entries on BTU after the ex-dividend date. Any investors in BTU that are unhappy with the move to value that they are taking by issuing a dividend may leave after the dividend. Does rolling futures impact SPX in any significant manner? Oh yeah. Very volatile. People are always asking about being shadow banned, but it's literally never happened to anyone besides Dork, Popcorn, and me that one day where we had to create fake accounts or Ko-Fi all day. That's true. Why are bears so lame? Skittish. Skittish is the word you're looking for. Why are bulls so lame? Why can't you guys push it up above 4150? What the fuck? Best you guys have given anybody is like 15 minutes at 4150 in the last 2 weeks. You're going to leave market participants unsatisfied. Bears and bulls don't trust each other. Well, the bulls are skittish today too because they keep getting fucking hammered by the future sellers. How much could Upstart rise in this run? It's fucking like dead already, isn't it? This looks like shit. It might have some potential tomorrow, like with T+2, but and 0 DTEs. But other than that, it doesn't look great. Gork, please don't taunt them. They'll make the market rip to 41.20. Oh no. Did any sub 4100 POI hold on this bounce? On the 0 DT side? Probably not. Nah, not most of it's, well, 4100 held quite a bit actually. Um but the rest like 4095 down through like 4060 sold off pretty heavily. US federal budget balance actual 176.2. Jesus. Forecast 235. Previous negative 378. Awesome. To check for blocked chat messages, people can just cycle between top chat and live chat. If you can't see your own messages after that, then you're blocked. Oh, okay. There you go, guys. Fun facts. Did Carl buy back his 700 Fubo CSPs on the bump? I don't know. Probably. You would think he would. I picked up some 4105Cs at the bottom there for tomorrow. Up 35%. Nice. How's blocking different than being timed out? Well, timing out is something like me or the mods do. YouTube blocking your chat just means it doesn't show up for anyone else to see it. You're not actually timed out. It's just the thing that you said can't be said and has to be modified. We're gonna reject here? I don't know. I'm pretty much like out for the day until I buy my straddle. Like I made money on the downside, I made money on the upside, I lost some money in between. I'm happy. DM, you son of a bitch. Okay. I like it. That's tightening up quite a bit. I used to think you ignore me, then I figured out I can't say fuck in every message. Yeah, that's true. I can, but you can't. I dropped all my puts within bottom $5 and waiting it out. I had a 4115C, but I shot myself in the foot and has a limit sell and forgot. That sucks. Upstart looking kind of head and shouldery. A little bit, yeah. I mean, if the market turns down right here, it gets rejected at gamma neutral. Upstart will probably dump again. Upstart's liquid now, right? So, still has decent beta, but the more liquidity it has, the worse the downsides get. Hey, Greg, can you talk about the F word derivatives for the GME haters and how their MOASS was closed using this thing called a forward? I mean, why did you put sarcasm? That's just true. Imagine all the shorts netted off through ETFs, never to be seen again. Sad face. It was not a popular meme stock anymore, but BlackBerry making some moves this week. Okay. They had some like interesting tech. I thought about buying them at one point for like a long-term hold, but it's such a long term, and I don't want to hold anything that long, especially not fucking BlackBerry, you know. Well, whatever, losers. You're just angry that your cost basis is $40, Hestia. All right. Microsoft to buy Activision on Monday. Bullish. Someone was arguing with me in here like a couple of weeks ago about shorting Activision in the hopes that the Microsoft's deal wouldn't go through because they don't understand how much money Microsoft has. The only meme stocks are actually the entire stock market. Yeah. I'm very pleased with my investment, sir. Sure. Keep telling yourself that. What the fuck? What the F word? F word in gerund form? F word again? F words. Oh, look at you. Taunting the bots. Well, thank you. I finally got my margin out of the red. Fuck yeah, man. Microsoft only has $3? Shit. You mean after they buy Activision? Fuck, 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 fuckity, fuck, fuck. What happened? I'm probably the reason Gherk is shadow banned? Oh yeah, you could be. You're just taking advantage of your mod privileges. When did I make you a mod? I've been shadow banned since August of 2022. On YouTube. This bounce is either petering out or starting a slow grind up to will the gap. It's probably just grinding up to like where we're gonna be neutral for the day. I'm not IP banned. Will you please say Geralt? Why? I need all futures traders to sell everything right now. No. Although that was interesting as hell. Huh. You pronounce Gerund with a hard G? Gerund? Ooh. I will not. Do you have a preferred straddle point like 4120 or 4125? Kind of want to straddle 4120. Maybe. Maybe it'd be better to straddle 41. I might, you know what? No, I'll probably straddle 4120. There's nothing in my DMs, Venseg. I think JPow's speech won't drop the market, just stay neutral for the day. Where's he speaking? I want to watch JPow. Someone send me the link. Unpopular opinion, but Stegosaurus is the best dinosaur. That's a pretty cool one. No one questioned you about 4120. So what's the prognosis of the bear thesis timeline? Now the quarter one earnings have pushed things higher on this neutral print. Have quarter one earnings pushed anything higher? We're still trading at the same fucking price. This is the quarter one earnings period on the daily. The SPX is traded from a high of 41.88 to a low of 40.48. It's not been very exciting. I wonder what it looks like on the monthly. Oh, look at this boring ass candle. It's down 116 basis points over the month. So technically, earnings season has brought the market down ever so slightly. So I don't really think that changes any timelines. But yeah, everything's still kind of neutral till something breaks. Where's my volatility? It's gotten the shit kicked out of it. Earnings pushed SPX from 40.50 to 4100. Did they? I guess what I meant was we were anticipating Q1 earnings to be a catalyst for considerable downside, but because the analysts lowballed their expectations, we remained elevated. Yeah, there's still plenty of other catalysts, and I'm not sure that earnings isn't a catalyst still. And they're not over, but I mean, earnings are bad. There's growth contraction. That can still be a catalyst, like into the summer. Like, people might get all worked up about beating analysts' expectations, but no, like fund manager is sitting there going, "Oh, I can't wait to buy more Nvidia at 160 PE." With 30% year over year revenue decline. So like whether they beat analyst expectations or not, earnings are still down, right? SPX is wildly overvalued, at least compared to like where its forward EPS should be. So I think it could still be a catalyst, but I think there's other risk that's more important, and largely the reason that we've stayed in this upper range for so long is because there's floating rate risk and treasury risk, and there's serious liquidity problems. And if the market goes down too much, those banks are going to be exposed to even more liquidity problems. So there's definitely a defense of the downside with the bank failures that we did not expect. But I don't know if that extends our timeline to see downside. It may just accelerate potential downside when it comes to a head. I mean, most of my puts are still in June. I still feel like that's plenty of time for now. What's your year-to-date P&L? I want to know if I'm winning. It's positive. Are you winning? Potentially. It's positive more than $1. Think we can get another sell-off here? I don't see why we would. I mean, we could, but I don't know why we would. And we're moving into the end of the day, and we have PPI tomorrow. And we're right back in the range where everyone straddled yesterday, right? So everyone picked up their puts, everyone picked up their calls, and now we're fucking flat again. Last year I was green, this year I'm red, but combined I'm even. Nice. I don't think it was my door. Thanks, dumping to close. After today, it'll be up a little over 10K on the year. Nice, man. Up 5K so far this month. Just turned my P&L green. Well played. I thought I was waiting for JPA's speech to drop the market. I already made a lot today, but I'd like more. I don't know when JPA is speaking today. Where did this come from? Why are you so butthurt about your mega cap earnings predictions? I'm not. My mega cap earnings predictions were correct. They were down. It didn't go up on earnings. It went down. We're down on the month, you fucking idiot. I just showed you the chart. Why are you saying things that are factually untrue to uphold your statement that is incorrect? Is my chart lying to me, Walken? Is the composite man changing my charts? Do you really think we're up on the month, you stupid fuck? It is walking. What do you mean it's not walking? It's definitely walking. It's called gaslighting? It's the stupidest attempt at it I've ever seen. P&L was green. I saw my DR about it, and they gave me a shot, and now it's red. Okay. Oh, ha. Funny. No, there's no JPass speech today. You've at all. You said JPass speech. I thought you said 124 BPS of gray. Of negative gray. NBBO is wrong. You're crazy. SPX is actually at 4,500. Stop being so crazy, bro. I guess. If you keep it up walking, I'm going to ban you until the bull market. All the candles are gray if you're colorblind. I think I found the source of Walken's bullishness. Oh, shit. That makes sense. Does the composite man will visit you in your sleep and fill your cavities? That'd be cool. You know who'd love that? Upsquart. Is there gonna be a bull market? I mean, maybe someday. What the fuck is that, Venseg? Did Walken try to talk in chat again, or did you just preemptively time him out, Fluffy? The cat's name is Putty. Putty Cat. Okay, that's kind of awesome. But then I'll have to like give him up for adoption when we get into a bull market and I get bullish again. We've been shopping for a year. We can probably do it for another year or two. Fair. What's happening with Japan again? What's the significance of Japan holding majority of U.S. treasuries? Also, why did the Fed stop buying treasuries in 2014? And what mean? Thanks. Why don't you look all of those questions up with like Google? If you add my wife's income, we win. That's not fair. You can't do that. Don't make me over leverage myself to beat you for the forward quarter. Hashtag household. Shopping for 3 years, same like soft landing. Yeah, actually. Are you joining the server smash event for D4 512? Sure. We're slowing down, so you'll beat me end of quarter. I already beat you. I don't need to beat you more. No. You can't factor in your wife's income. That's not fair. That's bullshit. Ken and I will. I'll get married. I'll marry someone rich too. Do it. I'm sure you've covered this before, but what DTE do you target for your overnight straddles? 7 to 14 right now. It fluctuates depending on how much volatility there is. But right now, yeah, like 7 to 14. I've been buying all of them like 10 DTE out, slightly narrowing. I mean, you are limited by the spreads. So you still have to target dates that are liquid, which can be hard to find sometimes. I do try to keep it over 5 days though, if I can. Would you have a platonic gay marriage for tax reasons? What kind of... How would it be gay if it's platonic? Hold up. What kind of savings would it have to be for you to consider it? Is there a short list? How could a hypothetical interested party apply? You have to fight Darth Dan naked to the death with no weapons. The only thing each combatant is allowed to bring with them is 1 cup of bacon grease. Gherkin, Larry. Why does no one talk about Reagan deregulating the banks? I mean, everyone's deregulated the banks since Reagan. Reagan fucked everything up, but then every president after him made shit worse. Actually, Nixon fucked everything up, and then every president after him made things worse. Except for Carter. Carter was more focused on catch-up and social welfare programs. Mostly catch-up. Hear me out. CS Putty? CS Putty? No. Can we have Darth Dan prep video? Probably. These centaur hoes are getting lit, I'm telling you. That's a disturbing photo. I don't know what porn site you found that on, but it's frightening. I wouldn't say Carter did a great job. Well, he did a great job doing what a president is supposed to do, which is nothing. Violent sideways peener. Yeah, this is boring as fuck. It's okay. I can just straddle at some point now and end the day happy. Did you know that you can offset your gains with your spouse's losses? On an unrelated note, my port is very red. You mentioned soft landing. Does that mean no market correction? No, it means no crash. The market could still correct downwards, but it would mean that there's no definitive crash. I mean that's what the Fed wants to avoid is an actual crash. I don't think they'll be successful, but they may claim success anyway by grinding the market down low enough that when it finally does capitulate, it just doesn't have that much more room to go. It's like grind us down to 3,600, then we drop to 32, and they'll be like, that was it. That was the soft landing. I straddled 4120 with everybody else. A lot of you need to realize that a head of state that's a glorified diplomat is ideal. Not a monarchist at all, but the US president worship ain't helpful. I mean, the way the US government's set up, the president's role is slightly more important than just head of state. Um, they have, they run the executive branch, so they're responsible for a set of duties. But outside of that, yeah, they should exercise less power. Unfortunately, for the last, well, actually, since the inception of the US government, we've ceded more and more power to the executive branch over time. People like a king. What's a strong rejection off of 4100 today? Do you think it's unlikely to break before SLD? I mean, it was just 0 DTE puts closing. It wasn't even that strong of a rejection. It was a moderate bounce on, I don't know, medium volume. Check your DMs. I win. You just drew a 1 before the other 1. I'm soft, Greg. Can you land me? No, but Nvidia can. No, I'm just doing 1-to-1. I don't hate C.S. Lewis, although not one of my favorite authors. That's it. I'm throwing all of my tea into the nearest harbor. So we're in a megaphone since last Friday. On the future side? No. I guess. You could say we are. Just with today's like up and downside volatility? Sure. The majority of volume is traded within the downtrend though. Like neither our large move up nor our large move down were like significantly like there wasn't a lot of volume on them, right? How's OI on SPX? We just broke into my bear credit spread. You have a bear credit spread at 4120? I'm not going to get into the issues with that, but the majority of call volume right now is at 4130. I kind of think we're just going to end up in exactly the same place we were yesterday. Right? Sure as hell seems like it. Seems like everyone straddled here. Made money here, sold, made money here, made money here, and then made money here, and now we're trading right back where the fuck we were. Magical. So when I said flat CPI, probably wouldn't have a lot of effect. That was more accurate than I wanted to be, I guess. Remember to like the stream, please, if you could, guys. And thank you. Sorry if I was only listening, not watching for a bit. Was that Carl that said he threw his tea in the harbor? No, that was someone else. Maybe throwing Carl's tea. So instead of not saying Google it, you just ignore my question. Nice man. I don't even know what the fuck your question was. I didn't see it. Unliked, unwatched. Good. Fuck off. Chances of GME crossing 21 tomorrow if PPI is cool. Thanks. Shitty. There's a ton of resistance at 21. I made money on that last circle. Nice. How does Carl throw tea into the harbor? I thought he doesn't have any tea left. Well, he collects the tea and then throws it in the harbor. Gork, are my sold 4135C 0 DTE safe? Probably not, you greedy fuck. I'm not calling him deep in the putty either, Ben. Since Mr. Gold unliked and unwatched, I extra liked and extra watched. Nice. Good way to just absolutely destroy him. Are you holding your June puts or have you sold? I still have my June puts. Thank you for asking. Shouldn't Carl want to save his tea and try to compound it? No, Carl's tea gets in the way of his profitability. It's best that he remains low T. Otherwise, he starts buying Tesla 0 DTEs and things go south really fast. Against the Gods, a trading book? It's more of a cautionary tale. Do you think we could get some new songs? I don't know. I don't write them. Longest running Boston Tea Party joke easily in the last 50 years. Do we want things to go bad for Carl, though? I don't. I like Carl. You guys, he can't time me out. So. Fun fact, I witnessed the manufacturing of a 250-liter batch of testosterone gel today. What happens if you dive into it head first? My bad, reliked, rewatch. You know, you've said a lot of things without just repeating your question. You get fired? That's lame. You come out a Batman villain? You just come out as literally the guy in the Chad gif. Hulk smash? My calls are green. What do I do? I don't know. Do whatever you want with them. I'm gonna hold mine until tomorrow, when they'll probably be red again. It's not pronounced GIF. It's GIF. GIF is a fucking peanut butter. I don't care what the guy who made it said. He was just trolling people. It's not Jaffix. J Rathix. Filling the other gap? I don't know, why not? Is there another gap? Yeah, there is. Not a lot of out of the money call buying though. A little bit at 41.40, but those might be sold. Futures moving up to retest the one standard deviation again. So close to retesting 41.50. Nice, NW. Well, I mean, you still made money on him. Who gives a shit? What happens if Japan sells their US treasuries? I told you to Google it. Yes, they're going through economic problems. Yes, they have a motive to sell them. They need money. What are the odds that we default on our debt? I don't know. I'm not a bookie. It's a decision made by people who have power outside of my influence or control. Well, not only do treasury prices go down, right, but dollar value drops. Yen rises in relation to the dollar. Which would probably cause the Nikkei to then drop. Japan is unlikely to sell their treasuries, even if their life insurance companies sell some of theirs. Japan is unlikely to get rid of theirs because they need it as political capital. But they do have a serious inflation problem. which they've had for 20 years. I see the 2-year yield. Oh, by the way, Greg, I forgot to mention this earlier when I commented on other things which were not nearly as important as the thing I'm about to tell you. I'm glad to inform you that awesome. Five-year recession? Is there anyone who doesn't have an inflation problem? No. Maybe undeveloped countries are more resilient. Or countries whose like GDP is entirely based on like fossil fuels or commodities. Was there a timeline on SRF? When I bought it, like 3 to 6 months. So I think we're still well within it. I've only had it well, my latest position. I've only had maybe like a month and a half now. Why are they holding the majority of US treasuries? I mean, they bought them heavily. Also, you're then man, and when I make money, it's yours. Okay. How does that work? Oh, you're the man. Thanks. Are you trying to, like, neg me? Only partially listening to it, but did I just hear you say that you don't have direct control over Congress? I might have to reconsider some things. Yeah, sorry. Think the yield curve fixes itself soon based on this drop? No, I don't think it's substantial enough. No. SRF wasn't a 5-year play. SRF was shorter term. My Euro holdings are long term. Although I'll probably hold SRF long term as well. There are two types of countries: those with an inflation problem and those in denial about an inflation problem. No, it's not working. So even when SRF goes to $80, you're gonna hold my bags? No. Gherkin only goes glamping and only on the roof of a New York City building. I've never been glamping. What is that? Glamorous camping? I'm not going camping with anyone anywhere. What mean when yields move opposite of equities? All equity movement, futures, and options, but selling underlying and buying bonds? Yeah. I have been camping before. I just wouldn't do it again. There's a third type of country. Switzerland? Is today almost over? What about camping in Manhattan? That would still be camping. You mean being homeless? I don't know. That doesn't sound like very much fun. The Swiss banking system is strong and resilient. Oh god. We don't need that conspiracy in here, okay? Fluffy will time out anybody who says Nazi gold. Have you ever played Spin the Bottle with some chicks? I think in 7th grade. The absolute worst thing about being homeless is having to find a bathroom. Do you have to? Are you guys trying to find different ways to say Nazi gold? Really? The worst part about being homeless is not having a home. No, the worst part about being homeless is being hazy. That's Jewish gold, actually. What is? Nazi gold? Well, now it'd be Swiss gold. The best part about being homeless is the world is your bathroom. The worst part about working is I bought my straddle put at 4120, but got blown out before I could get the call. You might get another shot towards the end of the day. That's pretty strange. F1 Dan. How did she prove homelessness? I need some financial advice. No. Upcoming surgery offers 10% discount if I pay pre-op. Do I take 10% or I trade the cost in hopes of a 10% gain? So you're paying for services not yet rendered? And you get a discount? You don't find this moderately suspicious? Seriously. Like, financial advice aside, for your sake of your own personal health. And let me make sure I'm understanding this correctly. A doctor has told you that if you pay him before he does the surgery, he'll give you a coupon. Does that not worry you about maybe the outcome of said surgery? Like, what if you come out of the surgery and your penis is smaller? And he's like, gotcha, bitch. Was that worth 10%? It's the portion that insurance doesn't cover just my deductible. So wait, you're paying your insurance company in advance and you get a discount? I've never had a doctor offer me a discount on anything. This is fascinating. I'd offer to pay extra after the surgery and a successful outcome. Yeah, what if you paid in advance and you die? I think your estate still owes if you die. You just wire transfer all your money to your like kid or whatever until after the surgery. Don't be an idiot and put your dependents through probate. Imagine paying bills after you're dead. Ridiculous. Minor procedure, low risk. Okay, well then, what are you worried about? Like, you want to take the $3,300 and YOLO it on the SPX instead? I'd rather be a bear in a bull market than a bull in a bear market. My brokerage is phasing out DocuSign for Adobe Sign. Oh shit. Don't tell Popcorn Trader. Dentist said I needed surgery on my jaw. If we paid cash, he would give us a big discount. Walked out of there so fast our head spun. So Google is the new Nvidia now after their AI announcement. Maybe this props up the market. Maybe this props the market up now instead. Maybe we play hot potato with AI switching to every mega cap till the SPX dies. Maybe. Now that you have a kitty, do we still get an invitation to your Viking funeral? Or is your chair willed to the kitty already? It's a good question. I'll have to think about it. Every care provider provides a self-pay discount, as it isn't the same rates as insurance. This is not uncommon at all. It sounds suspect. I don't like it. LPL Financial is one of the biggest brokerage firms for financial advisors and RIA firms. Okay. I thought DocuSign would be there forever. I suppose that's bearish. Although, in the scope of things, I'm not sure it matters. Like losing one client doesn't seem like a big deal, given that they have like a monopoly on medical paperwork in California. The cat isn't going to want your office furniture. He gets yelled at when he goes in there. Well, that's the idea, right? So he doesn't come in here. This chair is the legal property of Steelcase, and as such, I'm entitled to it after Greek's untimely demise. Why am I dying? Maybe AI is so advanced that we'll just go into another bear market and skip the bull market. Insurance charges a reimbursement of like $50 a pill for Tylenol when you're in the hospital. They aren't going to charge self-pay the same. I still don't like the idea of paying in advance for a surgery. Discount or no discount. That's like paying a mechanic before he fixes your car. Remember that time Carl offered you like 5K for your old chair so you could get DNA tests to clone you? Yes. Got any more of that SPX volatility for Power Hour? Nope, fresh out. ES 4125 level, just a 2-year swap hedge from trading the same level June 2021. Like a variance swap? I like the way you think, but no, probably not. Time for Google to do 50-year bonds. They are having a good day, aren't they? You need to be financially secured is the term. If you don't have insurance or if you have a high deductible, any state hospital is required to treat residents of that state, though. Curious. I don't know what my deductible is on my health insurance. How do I find that out? What do I use it for? At the risk of sounding like a shill, you, this channel, and the Pi-Fi community literally change lives. Some of them even change for the better. Thank you, Pickle Man. Thanks, Dumping to Close. It's hard to see that through all the shit posting. If you call your cat Marbles, then you can blame Walk-In when he gets lost. That's true. Get stabbed, go to the doctor? My account? I don't know how to log into that. On the insurance card? It has some copays listed. It says deductible, but it doesn't say anything there.
This is fun.
Who buys zero DTs on insurance policies or something? That's what zero DTs are. Meatwad completely derailed chat. Well, we had nothing else to talk about. Quarter one earnings aren't over. Big tech is. CPI wasn't cool. It was just neutral. I guess I'll just die insurance for a while. It can be stressful, but the paperwork doesn't have much fine print to worry about. Huh. Was that through Aflac? Big tech moves the market the most, no? I mean, no. I don't know. I don't have any copay. I didn't sign up for copays. Did I send you my social security number here or over chat or via Telegram? Keep it. I don't want it. Kirk is over 65. He gets Medicare for free. I wish. No, I'm not 65. I'm 137. Thoughts on June Google 110 120 credit spread or too soon? A little soon. I don't have health insurance for my cat. He's a fucking cat. If the cat gets sick enough to need health insurance, he's gonna die. It's true, I'm Girk's mom. Wait, who is? Oh. The cat should buy his own insurance and stop leeching off of you. I still have to build him his trading station first. A lot of rental insurances cover pets. Oh, okay. I'll check my policy. The LifeLock guy got his identity stolen so often. He gave everyone his social security number. I did not purchase pet insurance, but I guess I'm not a good example for that working out so well. Interesting. So people are buying insurance on pets? You know, you could just get a new pet. They're buying puts on their pets. Yeah. What's messed up? J-Fresh is a multiple dimensional fairy cat. They don't die. But then my girlfriend cries a lot, and I really don't want to listen to that. I suppose. I don't have life insurance. My wife and kids can just get a new me. Probably without the degen infesting habits. Gherkin is the kind of guy to rescue a pet just to not take care of it properly. I take care of it fine. I'm not going to pay like $8,000 to keep it alive, though. I feel like if your pet's already so fucked up that it requires $8,000 of medical care, you're probably not helping it out a lot by giving it $8,000 worth of medical care. I don't have health insurance, and I got health insurance for my dog. I figured as I get sick, I'll just wear a dog costume to the vet appointment. Priorities. I knew a guy who like self-medicated with like veterinarian antibiotics. He would just like buy them on the internet. Talked about my PNC relationship with my PNC relationship manager. They're looking for a potential acquisition. Reading between the lines, the next failed bank that isn't completely toxic, except volatility for a few months, then mild recession. I think PNC is actually pretty stable. I've looked into their financials a little bit. They look pretty decent. I think there's banks that have much more concerning risk profiles. Thanks, Arnold. I appreciate it, man. $8,000 goes fast. Vets are expensive. I just took my cat to the vet. It was like $800. They said to bring him back in 2 years. I think we all know a guy who did too much ketamine. I rescued a sick and dying kitten off the street, covered in mucus with lung infections. Cost a couple of grand to hospitalize him, but he's going on 8 years now, living the life in my kitchen. Cool. Did nobody here watch Old Yeller as a kid? I mean, I'm not gonna kill him if he gets sick, but like, here's an example where like I draw the line, right? So a friend of mine had like a dog that was like 21 years old, blind, incontinent, in constant pain, pissing and shitting itself all day, but the vet kept it alive. Well, because medical science has advanced to the point where we can. That doesn't mean we should. Like, if I go to the vet and they're like, your cat has cancer, and we're going to, like, vivisect its entire body to remove multiple tumors, and then it may or may not live, and we're going to charge you $10,000, I'm not going to do that. If the cat's got like an infection or heartworm or something, like I'll get it medication, I'll get it treated, but like I don't think I'll ever be in a situation where a house cat that lives in my apartment is going to need medical care in excess of $5,000. We all know you cuddle with the kitty the moment you're off the stream. I'm allergic to him. I see no purpose for pets, and the thought of spending money on them baffles me. Well, I mean, it's fine to spend money on them. They're companions. I don't know. I guess I just didn't grow up like the people who raised me like grew up on farms. When animals were sick, you like shot them. What if J Fresh needed surgery? I mean, it depends on how much it costs. In an alternate timeline, you had a part partnet partner who occasionally wanted a pet. Would you indulge them with some pet play? What are you really trying to find out, character name? Was it $8,000 pegged to inflation? No. I mean, if we test 4150, I'm definitely selling the call straddle and repositioning it. That's fair. Farm view of animals is much more circle of life oriented than pet only perspectives. Farm folk would put you down for your allergies. What if I snuck away? You made it sound weird. You need to include the caveat that the partner is for tax purposes. I'm starting to think it's not. I'm starting to think you're trying to woo me. Six months from now, there's going to be a GoFundMe on stream. It's going to say, well, if you want my cat to live, you're going to have to pay for his cancer treatment. Otherwise, we know what'll happen. I mean, the cat's like a year old, not even. I don't think he's going to get cancer anytime soon. If I snap my ankle in your apartment, are you sending me to a farm upstate? It's covered by the renter's insurance. If you sold off the call straddle and repositioned it, does that mean you would sell the put side and move it up? Yeah. Straddle at 4140 a good idea? I mean, I don't want to because I don't want calls this high. There's 0 GT puts all capitulating. I mean, they were all below 4125. So they don't need to capitulate. They're all gone already. They printed, they closed. Market went back up. Wouldn't break 4100 and actually stay below. I don't know, maybe tomorrow. Do you expect any more Fubo ups? Tomorrow's T+2, so there might be some carryover into tomorrow. The price hasn't really dropped a lot, so that's good. That's basically just net zero gains. Yeah, it is. But you're positioned better on the downside. So, like, say the market closes at like 4160 tonight, right? My call side's way up. I carry it into the morning. And then, you know, the market in the morning then falls back down to like 4130. The put side is useless, right? Like, it's just gonna stay out of the money losing theta. Yeah, so I mean, the reposition isn't profitable. It can be, but yeah, the call has to go up a lot for that to be true. Um, but it puts you in a more advantageous position to take advantage of like the price action following it, right? I mean, I'm up right now on the straddle. It's up like 4% total, right? So if I sell both the put and the call, I'm up like 4%. If this tests like 4150, I'll be up like 15%. But yeah, I'm not going to be able to profit off of the put probably at this point. I mean, or at least I shouldn't consider that I should be able to. So it's wise to move the straddle up into the range where the market's closing. We just MOASsing? Going for that gap. I mean, I don't think the algos are glitching. I think they're just doing what they do. Hmm. Lots of calls, no puts left. That's kind of where we're at. It's 3:30. I mean, some puts are eventually going to come in into the end of the day. Looks like 4150 has some. I sold a bear call. It's going to rip higher now. Like, what? At the money? Did Amazon have news? Not that I'm aware of. No? But tech's having a good day. Pretty much across the board. Google and Amazon and AMD are definitely leading the pack, but even Nvidia and Microsoft are doing pretty well. Meta's not doing so hot. Where are the futures sellers? I don't know. Apparently right here. $41.60. I read Wendy's is going to start using AI at their drive-through bull case. Huh. Maybe. The last time I went to a Wendy's, there weren't any like employees. Although that was like a year ago. Not that greedy this time. 41.65, 41.70. Plus some bleeding out at 41.75. Oh, okay. Google sent a press release that said AI and dragged the market up. Oh, okay. That makes more sense. The card reader hasn't worked at the Wendy's I go to for 6 months. They don't even have basic tech, but now they've got AI. The AI will fix that. Is everybody freaking out about green candles yet? You know it. Google had their I/O event and heavily featured AI. Okay, I guess it worked this time. SPX 0 DTE 4125C went from a low of 60 cents to 21.1 per contract. That's what happens when the market moves in one direction a lot. Say it, Gherk. You know you want to. Moa? Moana? Jimmy's not even at $21. Every time I sold for a profit on SPX this week, I look back and see how much I could have made. I'm happy not to lose money, but I can't help feel like I'm missing out. That's fair. Just don't let it affect your trading decisions, though. How? I'm shadow banned. They'll never find me, trash. It was a fun day. Did you hear? See, Activision hired Lord Panic? Who's that? What's GME's Gamma Max? Like $23. Ugh. Who's Queen Elizabeth's former lawyer? Oh, okay. What's with the May 1940 50s? What about him? They're for 40/50 for May 19. They gonna print though? They were green earlier. I might buy some more of them. They weren't very green, to be fair. They were up like 2% at one point today. Think they'll go in the money? I mean, I didn't really buy them for them to go in the money. I was kind of just hoping for like 40.75, but maybe. I would love to see something like 40.75 by end of week. It's a big drop from here. Never touching zero DTs again. Why? Zero DTs were awesome today. We went down and then we went up. Were you ever new enough to be excited by cover calls actually making money? No, I'm still excited by cover calls making money. They're awesome. Did someone say zero DTE? Where? Any thoughts on AMD covered calls? I resold mine already at like 93 for Jan 2024. When AMD spiked real hard before earnings, I pulled my covered calls back and resold them. I made 4K on today's drop. I lost 7,500 in poorly timed puts and made it all back plus a little bit today. Nice. That's a wild ride. I don't like it that we didn't fill that gap. It's making my 20-minute DTE put decision hard as fuck. Oh, complicated. Yeah. Hmm. Do I want to fuck around with anything here at the end of this day? Fill that old gap. Hmm. But the out of the money calls are selling off. Hmm. Why is today poopy? I mean, it was boring, but it wasn't poopy. Gork, you need to manage risk, set stops, take profits. Remember, I did all this degen stuff today. Also, Gurk, nice. I mean, what am I gonna say? I'm not his parent. How the fuck did people lose money today? He legit told everyone that we were range bound between 4142 and 4100 ish. It touched both regions very aggressively. Yeah, it did. I just bought some 616 4100 Ps. Even if it goes up, seems like an okay area to start. Yeah, they're not bad. I've been focusing on those quite a bit too. Especially if we're trading above like 4140, they're a good buy. Did Kenny Griffin win again today? Ken wins every day. Tomorrow's PPI is going to come out, and we're going to have the same price action as today. Probably. I hope so. $4,100, 616, you say? Sounds kind of nice, not gonna lie. I rolled a couple off earlier when we dropped. But I'm gonna buy some back. Maybe before the end of the day. I had a few with shitty cost bases that I bought at like 4120. You think so? I think they pump and try to fill the gap up to 41.63. I don't see any resistance. I don't see why they wouldn't try. Not a lot of time left to do it, but I was up late at a Scottish pirate metal concert. Can you make it go down so I can... Oh, I must have passed out. The day's almost over. Yeah. Where are you straddled at? 41.20. I'm probably gonna close it and move it up. CNBC talking about Upstart right now. Do they know what it does yet? I would do today again every day. Yeah, me too. I like these days. These are fun. Now that we're like a little more acclimated to how the zero DTEs like drive price action. These like V-shaped days are fucking awesome. Dump to VWAP. Let's fucking go. No dumps. Nope, they didn't fill this morning's gap even. There's another gap higher up too. Like right here. 40.64.67. But it does look like the upside on futures is still pretty well defended. We were rejected basically at the same place we did this morning. Like right here. I guess we pushed a little higher, but not much, like $1. It'd be cool if they buy a shitload of calls right now because there's like aside from futures, there's no resistance. I feel like a week ago they totally would have. Fucking bulls are getting weaker. That haircut must have wrecked them. I mean, 2 weeks ago, they would have been buying zero DTE calls and fucking futures all the way into close, right? Just like $20 run into close with this setup, what it is right now. And now it's like it's fucking nothing. Like they can't even push past the short resistance at 41.60, which isn't even that strong. And they're already starting to capitulate on out of the money calls. They just started dumping them. We'll see if they come back in, but there's only 10 minutes left. Keep taunting them, it's working, is it? Longer dated put delta strong? I mean, there's just no futures buying. I just did a detailed update on NVIDIA. Didn't I? Maybe I didn't. I have stuff to add to Pickles picks tonight. Oh fuck! All the calls sold off. Yay! Now we go back to 41.25. I fucking hate this shit. I love the rest of the day. It can do V-shaped recoveries all day, but fucking recover fully. We just fucking gapped down on the 5-minute. Ten BPS drop in 5 seconds. Yeah, I know. I guess the put straddles are coming in. .25 or 0.5 on the table for next FOMC? Probably 0.25. If anything is on the table. Put a put straddle at the top? Woohoo. PPI was, or CPI was today, Popcorn Trader. Have you ever farted where it smelled so bad that even you had to get up and leave and wait for it to clear? No. You just want them to cut so people FOMO into future or treasuries. Stop trying to destroy our economy, Gork or Dork. Uh, everyone likes their own brand. Oh God, Fat Bastard was the most disgusting like movie character ever. Why would there be another rate hike at the next FOMC? Isn't the inflation coming down as per the trend? No, not per the trend at all. Well, at least not what the trend is pricing in. The trend is pricing in that we hit like 3% inflation before the end of this year. Inflation is not dropping at the same rate. The month over month isn't neutral, it's going up. 3% inflation is not JPOW's directive. I know. Any good earnings after hours? I don't know who's reporting today. Probably a few. I'd say it's getting less interesting though. We're starting to move over to like the R2K earnings. Say we have Disney. I know, that already happened. I don't know. That's right. Disney, Manulife, Nutrien, the Trade Desk, Genmab, FCNCA, IEP reported today. Ritchie Brothers Auctioneers, Dr. Reddy's Laboratories, Flex Ltd, and Jazz Pharmaceuticals. Oh, Robin Hood's today. Yeah, Disney, Manulife, Nutrien, Trade Desk are like kind of the big ones. The Fubo call chain's going crazy. Cleared out the entire bid on my strike. Huh. I just think their name's funny. They got a funny name. Sounds like a snake oil or a soap. Disney buying Fubo after hours confirmed. That'd be cool. When's Wetzel's Pretzels earnings? I have no idea. Russia's threatened nuclear war almost every night since the beginning of the Ukraine invasion. I don't think them threatening it tonight's gonna make a difference. Which other high fill stock presents an in-the-money covered call opportunity if GME OPEX 10% above GM never happens again? Upstart's been pretty good. North Korea's been doing that for 20 years. We don't do earnings because we do so well. Thanks, Wessel's Pretzels. I mean, Wetzel's Pretzels is better than Aunt Annie's, right? Which one's the greasy one? I'm selling Disney 95 puts. I think they need a good earnings. Open up 80 BPS, drop 90, up 60, VIX down 6%. Yeah, that's correct. I thought you were saying Upstart OPEX was less likely due to liquidity realization from yesterday and today. That doesn't mean cover calls are less valuable on it. Did you dump your majority stake in CX? Yeah, long time ago. Y'all Yankees don't fry your pretzels? No. It's not a bad idea to sell CCs when IV is crushed. It's a terrible idea, but IV's crushing because everyone's selling CCs. See you tomorrow, Barry. I'm not a Yankee. I've never even heard of a fried pretzel. Are we the baddies? Yeah. Calls on M. Puce. Do you think Coca-Cola's strike in West Virginia will affect the stock in a large way? It seems like they've just passed a local high anyway. Puts? Maybe. I don't know how much manufacturing they do out of West Virginia. Ding ding. The day is done. Holy fuck. The end of that was slow. I mean, well, we were almost up there for a minute, but I guess closing a little lower than we opened, but slightly up from yesterday. A lot of crazy swings. I hope we get more of that tomorrow. Um PBI should be cool. I don't really think it's gonna affect anything in any meaningful way. The upside still seems to be capped at like 4150 on this like short call side. And then yeah, we ran into the short puts today at 4100. Maybe just more volatility tomorrow and peter out into the end of the day again. Generally speaking, there's usually a small bump in the indexes before SLD, but I don't know how that's going to play out with so many sold calls on the upside. Like, there's just not that much room to move up here. And as you can see, the bulls aren't really buying heavily into futures on the upside. And so the upside runs are kind of a lot more weak and drawn out than they were. We did see a large amount of out of the money, longer dated put positioning come in today. Um, I don't know if that's held, but I'll know in after hours. Maybe we'll start to see gamma neutral float down a little bit, which would be nice. It's like nothing happened, but a lot did. Yeah, it was definitely a weird day. Tech went up huge today. I mean, like Google, Amazon, up a ton. You know, Apple, Microsoft, they all performed well. After dropping really hard this morning, they roared back. Yeah, I mean, I'm straddled for PPI tomorrow. It's going to be at 8:30 a.m. I'll let you guys know what's going on with that first thing in the morning. Stagflation for the win. I mean, hopefully, yeah. I mean, if every day is just going to be 60 points of trading range and we're going to move to the bottom and top of that range, awesome. Good game, guys, and I'll see you bright and early tomorrow. Have a nice night, everyone. Later.